of Tuesday, 10 March 2026 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move a motion for the correction and approval of the said record of votes and proceedings? Member for Sandementering.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I move that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 10th March 2026 be approved.
Any seconder? Member for Fonyi Brefet.
Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 10 March 2026 be approved. Any issues or observation from honorable members? Honorable members may do so by show of tags, and of course, we will look at the record with page by page and beginning with page 1. Honorable members, we look at the record with page by page, beginning with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much. Just on the motion, the member for Sandementering. Look at the spelling of Sandementering. Okay.
All right. Sandementering, the member for Sandementering is wrongly spelled on page 5. Any order on page 6? Can you move to page 6? Member for Sami. Page 7, member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. For consistent purpose, where you have number 24, the ensuing debate, Honorable Ali S. Dabo, in bracket, minority leader should be there. And wherever it applies, when you look at end of the debate, Honorable Ablai Sise, member for All Yundum, in bracket, deputy majority leader.
All right. Number 24 on top. The minority leader is missing, right?
Yeah.
And wherever it appears. Okay.
And also Honorable Ablai Sise.
Honorable Abdullah Sise, deputy majority leader. Member for Sandementering, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, if we were to amend that particular sentence at the invitation of the Honorable Speaker, Honorable Abdullah Sise, member for All Yundum, and deputy minority leader, it means we'll have to do little amendment with regards to this. And it cannot continue with "and" again. You know, it shouldn't be connected that way. So I think we'll have to amend the sentence again.
And deputy majority
You
leader.
cannot say "and deputy majority leader" and mover of the motion again. We either have to put brackets, continue, or let's see how best we can amend it. Thank you.
Yes, Sami.
Yeah, I'm saying that when you say member for All Yundum in bracket, member for All Yundum in bracket, deputy majority leader. That's what I said.
Yes, that's correct. Yes. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceeding of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 10 March 2026 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Member for Upper Salum.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Yesterday, we agreed by way of a motion to allow the Special Select Committee as an oversight body to take charge of the resolutions and also to be the oversight for the implementation of the resolutions. But the Special Select Committee's mandate actually has ended, so the committee doesn't exist anymore. So we need to find a way to do that, because of once it's time bound and once the time expires, the committee doesn't exist anymore. So the committee, as we speak, does not exist. So we need to find a way to go around it. Otherwise, we are trying to give something to something that doesn't. There's nothing right now as we speak. So we need to find out, but it doesn't exist anymore. Yeah.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, let us not debate that today. Now, of course, office of the clerk and our office will do the needful, and when the need arises to come back to us, then we will come back to the chamber and do the needful. Clerk?
Thank you. Questions for oral answers?
Honorable members, on your behalf, I want to welcome the honorable ministers who are here, who are present this morning to answer to their business. We have that of the environment, parks, wildlife, climate change, Rohi John Manjang. We have the basic and secondary education, Dr. Abibatu Drame. And of course, we have Minister for Energy and Petroleum, Nani Juara, of course, my good friend. We have the Minister for Works Infrastructure, Mr. Ibrahim Asila. So everybody want to welcome you today here to know how their roads are faring. And of course, we have permanent secretaries down there. I can see the trade and others. And of course, technicians, you are all welcome. I can see the MD NRA and others, MD ports, and of course, NCAC and NRA. I can see NRA. Is that PS trade? No, that's not PS trade. You are most welcome. Honorable members, as per order paper and order 41, sub 1 of the standing orders, today is questions for oral answers. Furthermore, as a reminder, clause 43 of the standing orders limited supplementary questions to 7 in total, 2 for the honorable member asking the question and 5 among other members. Therefore, we'll proceed with the honorable ministers scheduled today to give their oral answers. I want to thank you sincerely. Clerk, we may proceed.
Thank you. Questions for oral answers. The Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure, you may take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 037 of 2026 by the member for Latikunda Savage.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this Assembly of all the road construction projects that have not met contractual specifications or timelines, and the contractors involved and the reasons for these deficiencies and delays? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A number of ongoing road projects have experienced delays in meeting their contractual timelines. These delays affect certain EPC lots as well as selected urban and secondary road projects. The contractors involved vary by project and include both local and international firms. In all cases, performance securities and other contractual safeguards are in place. The affected projects are as follows: construction of Bani Salkenye to Njabakunda Road, which is being constructed by Bajam Enterprise, a Gambian construction company. The construction of Jaliba Johnson Access Road, which is being constructed by Jula Engineering and Mining Group, which is also a Gambian construction company. The construction of Kiang West Roads projects by Gai Construction Enterprise, a Gambian company. The EPC Lot 2 Nationwide Roads, which is being constructed by Cornerstone Construction Company, a Gambian company. Then the EPC Lot 4 Nationwide Roads Construction Project, which is by Samajek, and this is in Fonyi. Lot 6 Nationwide Roads, which is Axiom and the West Coast region. Lot 8 Nationwide Roads, Green Vision International, which is the Gunjur Road. And Lot 9 Nationwide Roads, which is Zen Construction, Sanyang. Then we have the construction of Gunjur Access Road, which is the inside road in Gunjur by Bajem Enterprise. And then the construction of 50-kilometer urban roads, lots 1 and 2. The principal causes of delay include delayed mobilization by contractors, utility relocation and right-of-way constraints, variations arising from unforeseen site conditions, adverse weather conditions, delays in funding disbursements, and availability of materials such as cement, basalt, and also sand. Where necessary, Honorable Speaker, government has issued formal notices and invoked appropriate contractual remedies, including the imposition of liquidated damages, de-scoping of works, novation of contracts, and the strengthening of supervision and monitoring mechanisms.
Thank you very much. I have no supplementary question.
Member for Joswang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you made mention about the cause of delays. My concern is about when it comes to the cause of delay caused by disbursement of funds. The delay caused by disbursement of funds. What's the results when it comes to the time in regards to the project, handing oversight?
Thank you so much, Honorable Member for Joswang. The delays for disbursement are on two fronts. For example, for internationally funded projects, when the interim payment certificates are raised and verified, they have to be sent to the donors through the Ministry of Finance. And then the donors that are not based in this country will also have to go through their verification mechanisms, and then funds are transferred. So in some cases, although under the contracts we have not more than 45 days for the payments to be made to the contractors, but in most cases, or let me say in all cases, payments are delayed because of bureaucracies also that are involved, and that is one side. On the side of the local contracts, which are coming from the GLF, the problem is that the ministry depends wholly on allocation from the Ministry of Finance, and sometimes the
invoices can go in excess of 800 million, at a go. And of course, government has other competing priorities, so it's sometimes difficult to pay all those invoices at the same time. So we have to be forced to prioritize. Yeah.
The member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in the case of the Gelba Johnson road construction, can you explain how the contractor did not meet the contractual specification or timelines, and what specific action was taken for that default?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The contractor for the Jeliba Johnson actually had an issue with the partners that were partnering on the project, which is, I think it was a Chinese firm. And then there was a prolonged delay. As a result, the ministry and the NRA took a decision to de-scope certain aspects, and then, the NRA now is working with the contractor to finalize the works. But they are not actually leading the project. The NRA is leading the project because, you have different ways to de-scope the project or to take the project from the contractor. Either you can completely remove them from the contract, which will mean that you have to re-tender again, or you do innovation where you come in and then, you take certain aspects of the project from the contractor, and then, you look at what has to be, settled in terms of bills. So in essence, NRA is...
Member for Sanimentering, you have the floor. Oh, Honorable Minister. Yes. Supplementary question cannot be more than 2 minutes. Answering supplementary questions. You have to be brief.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Sanimentary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in an event contractors default, in normal circumstances, how long does it take for you to finalize I wouldn't say the court cases, but how long would it take for you to finalize with him with regards to either summoning him, liquidation damages? Thank you.
We have different options available to the ministry. First, because we have also our own monitoring teams, they'll monitor the projects and then inform us about the challenges and also the risk associated with the project. So, the summoning of contractors are always regular. But when it comes to the issue of taking the decision of either to take the contract from the contractors, that one you have to look at the contract itself and avoid any legal issues that can bring complications for the government. So that is why sometimes we apply delay liquidated damages, which means that if you don't deliver as specified and on time, every day we can say we are going to charge you $10,000 or $20,000 until the very day you will finish. So when you issue your certificate, then we deduct what we charge you, and then that goes on. So we have different options, and we have been applying those ones.
Thank you. Question number 038 of 2026 by the Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this Assembly of the current status of the concession agreement between the Gambia Ports Authority and that of Al Bayrak, and the reasons for any delays in its implementation?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, the Honorable Member for Banjul Central. Honorable Speaker, the concession between the Gambia Ports Authority and Al Bayrak is progressing, with the rehabilitation of the port of Banjul completed within the time frame originally set for the said works to be achieved within 1 year from the effective date, which was 14 February 2025. The construction of the new container terminal within the properties acquired in Half-Die has been completed, and the new area is being utilized. New equipment have also been delivered to the port, and the rehabilitation of the existing terminal is progressing. The pre-construction activities in Sanyang were delayed, but the parties have now agreed on new timelines to regain the momentum, and the actual geotechnical studies and necessary environmental and social impact assessments are being pursued, after which construction works will start in earnest.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. It's very good that the technical issues that have to do with the grounding areas are done. However, Honorable Speaker, with regards to this particular issue, there was an indication that Albayrak were seeking a loan. We would want to know if it's a lack of sufficient capital to meet the obligations, because this will expose Gambian taxpayers to financial risk. So we would know why the delay occurred in that aspect.
Speaker, point of order. Honorable member for Banjul Central.
Speaker, yes. No, I know what I'm.
Yes.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Lower Salom.
There's a point of order from who?
Lower Salom here.
The member for Lower Salom. Yes.
43.4, a supplementary question shall not be in order if introduced matters not included in the original questions. And Honorable Speaker, the original questions doesn't include the loan of Albayrak. So, and again, on response on the minister also is not indicated as a loan component. What he asked.
Honorable Speaker.
No.
Yes.
Central, you cannot do that. No. Honorable members, order sustained, and the supplementary question is ruled out.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is.
No.
Sorry, there's a.
Honorable, don't do that. Please.
There is a keyword in my question, which is delay.
Honorable member, wait. I have done my ruling on that. You have one more supplementary question.
Honorable Minister, part of my parent question, a keyword in my parent question was the issue of the delay, because we've been hearing that there have been delay in some parts of the implementation process. You know, and we are public representatives, and we've heard that there's been issues of loan that was attached to this. So I would want to know.
Honorable member for Banjul Central. Honorable member for Banjul Central.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Don't do that. I made my ruling on that. You cannot do that.
No, but I have a supplementary question.
No, but you cannot do.
But my question was not answered properly. I have a supplementary question.
Honorable member, you cannot ask a question based on my ruling. That one.
I've asked my question. I don't know what he's indicating. Yes.
That one, I made the ruling on that. You cannot.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister,
my question would be, we've had issues of delay when it comes to some parts of the implementation process. And we've heard that part of the delay was based on some loan issues with that of Albayrak. We would want to know what indications do you have when it comes to.
Thank you. Member for Latikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, with all these controversies around Albayrak Port, is government planning to review the contract at one point?
As far as I am concerned, there is no controversy. I think, there is a severe lack of understanding, and this needs to be properly explained in context. The delay is on both sides, right? I mean, on the side of the Gambia government, as part of our conditions precedent, we were supposed to provide the leased land in Sanyang to enable the concessionaire to have access to the land to conduct the geotechnical studies and all other studies necessary, including the environmental impact assessment study. Until Monday, we have not been able to provide the lease. No contractor of this magnitude will take the risk to go and start investing in a land that the ownership is not clear. That is one delay. The second one was as a result of our inability as a government to provide lease documents to the concessionaire to start studies or access to the Kaur and Basse logistic platforms. That's on the side of the Gambia government. As a result of the issues that I have said, they have also triggered other challenges on the part of the concessionaire so that they could have, because by this time, studies should have started. And as a result, we missed those timelines. Because we missed those timelines, we were bound to negotiate to extend the timelines for those studies to be done.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
There is a point of order
Yes,
by the
Honourable
member.
Speaker, I think there is a rule governing this assembly. For the three, the time taken to ask a supplementary question shall be no longer 1 minute, and the answer to the supplementary question shall no longer more than 2 minutes. There is a procedure, Honourable Speaker, in this parliament, and we have to follow that procedure. And the minister is taking more time on answering this question.
Order. Order, honorable members, order.
Again, Honourable Speaker, you even remind the minister about it
Order.
earlier.
Order, honorable members, order sustained. And earlier on, I informed the honorable minister. Honorable minister, honorable ministers, order, please. Order. Order, honorable members, order, please. Honorable minister, it takes 2 minutes to answer supplementary questions. Order, honorable members, order, no. Honorable minister, please conclude. Honorable minister, conclude. You have concluded, you have finished. All right. The member for Brikama North and Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, the work at Sanyang, you made mention that a new timeline has been agreed. But specifically, can you break it down? Tell us what that new timeline is. We want to know.
Well, now that we have the lease assigned to the Gambia Ports Authority, of course, we have almost 1 year now to do all the necessary studies.
The member for Joswang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, based on the Arab agreement, there is the dredging of the Gambia ports area to be dredged by Al-Barak, but currently it seems it's been done by GPA. Why is Al-Barak not doing the work?
What was that?
Point of order.
There is a yes. There is a point of order. I remember for Opanyomi.
What is the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, for the 3-4, the supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and the answer provided. So, honorable member asks a question that doesn't include. Thank you.
Order, honorable members, order. The supplementary question asked by the member for Joswang is about the dredging of the Banjul ports. And now that the minister talks about the delay in the implementation of the Sanyang project, is the dredging part of the Al-Bayrak Albayrak concessionaire. Order, honorable members, order. So, order, honorable members.
Speaker, point of order.
There's a point of order that I'm yet to rule already.
Okay, hold up and rule. I will rest on an order, please.
Observation. Honorable Speaker, observation.
Honorable members, order. Order sustained.
Honorable Speaker,
no.
Can I please observe you? I mean, observe me. Honorable Speaker, we have to be very honest and be fair to each other. These people who are claiming to raise point of order are out of order. In part of the agreement, go and read the agreement. The dredging is part of the agreement. It's there already. And this, what the question is, the parent question is about the question between Jamiu and Al-Balak. It's already inside there. This will come to our committee as PEP and they respond to questions. It's part of the time to respond to me. They are out of order. Speaker, you have already.
Honorable members, order, please. You know, the standing orders, order, honorable members, the standing orders are our order of procedures, our rule of procedures. You know, you might ask a valid question. That doesn't mean the question is not valid, but because it's not part of the original question and also the answers provided, based on the rules, it will be out of order. But that doesn't mean one's question is not order, honorable members, order, please. Order, honorable members. So that question is ruled out. The member for Mentering, you have the floor.
Thank you again, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you've made mention of some of the causes of the delay of Sanyang Port.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
There's a point of order by the member for Opanyomi. Use your mic. There's a point of order by the member for Opanyomi.
Honorable Speaker, content of speak. 29. Okay. The honorable member, no member shall impute improper motive to any other member. The honorable member of Joshua.
Nyanija Lower Salum Joshua. Yes, member for Opanyomi, I can hear you.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising under order 29, content of speech. Order 29. 5. No member shall impute improper motive to any other member. The honorable member for Joshua is telling Honorable Speaker, you are not fair. Also telling me that I don't know, which is very, very improper.
I didn't hear your opinion. I didn't hear the last part.
Honorable Speaker, the honorable member for Joshua is using an improper motive on the Speaker, calling you that you are not fair, and telling me that I don't know the Alberca agreement. What are you saying?
Honorable members, no, don't do that. He have denied it already. I know him. You know, he is, the member for Joshua is, so I have denied. He is, you know. The member for Sanamenteng, please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. But before asking my supplementary question,
No, no,
with
no.
all due respect,
No.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member for Open
Sanamenteng. Member for Sanamenteng. Sanamenteng, withdraw that. Sanamenteng, withdraw that.
Honorable Speaker, I repeat, he's a joke.
Member for Sanamenteng, can you withdraw that?
Honorable Speaker, I repeat, Honorable Member for Open is a joke.
Honorable Member for Sanamenteng, can you withdraw that? Honorable Member for Sanamenteng, give me the
Political statement, Honorable
Member for Sanamenteng.
It's a political statement.
Honorable Member for Sanamenteng, you must withdraw that. You must withdraw. Take your seat. Order, order.
I humbly withdraw.
Take your seat, Member for Sanamenteng, please. Take your seat, please. Order, honorable members, order. Member for Sanamenteng, you must withdraw that. You must withdraw that. It's a must. You must withdraw that. Honorable member for Sanamenteng, withdraw that.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member for Sanamenteng, withdraw that.
Honorable Speaker, with all due respect, I said I did. Maybe you are not listening.
Honorable member for Sanamenteng, I said you must withdraw that, and now, without any condition.
Unless you want me to...
Take your seat. Take your seat. No, take your seat, please. Or take your seat. Sit down. Sit down.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Honorable members, order. The member for Sanamenteng, you must withdraw that unconditionally. Withdraw it. Withdraw that.
With all due respect, Honorable Speaker, I said I humbly withdraw. And please stop pointing fingers at me. Thank you.
Honorable member for Sanamenteng, you must withdraw that unconditionally. Withdraw that. No. You must withdraw that unconditionally. Honorable member for Sanamenteng, withdraw that word. Order, honorable members, order. Sanamenteng, you must withdraw without any condition.
With all due respect to the nation and the parliament, I humbly withdraw. And with all due respect to the Speaker of the Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member for Serekunda, you have the floor. Okay, Sanamenteng, now you can ask your question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you've made mention of some of the causes of the delay of Sanyang Port. It was clearly stated in the report of the special committee that was laid before the Parliament yesterday that the land Sanyang was on the website for sale. Could this also be part of the delays caused? Thank you.
I did not hear the other part. You said the land in Sanyang was what?
It was stated in the report of the Special Select Committee for former President Yaya AJJ Jammeh, that the land for Sanyang, I stand to be corrected, but the land for the particular land where Sanyang Port is supposed to be constructed was on plan for sale. Could this also be part of the delay caused?
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, member for Sanamenteng, have you provided the minister a copy of the report that was tabled yesterday? You are quoting from the report of the Special Select Committee.
Point of order.
The minister didn't see the report, honorable member. You cannot say that. No, honorable member. No, you cannot say that. No, you cannot dare say that. You just tabled it yesterday. He have not even seen the report. Even some of the members don't even read the report. Honorable member for Sanamenteng, you have to be fair to the minister. No. The member for Serekunda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, can the Honorable Minister clarify whether all legal, financial, and regulatory requirements necessary for the implementation of the consensus have been fulfilled.
Honorable member.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
This one is
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Substantive question.
No, my friend. Point of order, my Honorable Speaker.
Problem.
Can the Honorable Minister tell us with all the legal requirements and principle and whatever?
Delay. The question. Stop that.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable member for Serekunda.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
There is a point of order by a member for Upper Salu. Lower Salu.
Honorable Speaker, I still rise on orders 43, 43-4. A supplementary question shall not be in order if introduced matters not included in the original questions and the answers provided. Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament has to be, consistent with our standing orders. We have a rule of procedures. The matter that the supplementary that he raised to, the original questions is not included. Even the part what he answered is not the legal of the proceedings, because he is trying to, support the Banjul Central questions that regard.
Honorable members, order sustained. Question number 039 of 2026 by the Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader. Your mic is not on, your mic.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August House when the construction of the road from Buffalo to Brikama will commence, and further explain the reason for the delay?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Brikama North. Honorable Speaker, the Buffalo to Brikama Road project is included under the government's 2026 pre-finance roads program and is therefore scheduled to commence within the current fiscal year. The feasibility studies for the identified roads are currently ongoing. Once completed, the recruitment for the potential contractors will commence and subsequently the start of the permanent works.
That's one part of the question. The other part of the question has to do with the delay. You could recall, I've noticed that part of the road that is from Mandinaring straight to Brikama is under construction. That is from Buffalo towards Mandinaring. The other side from Brikama towards Buffalo is not under that project for construction. Why the delay? That aspect of the question is not answered.
Well, Honorable Speaker, there is no delay in this case because that particular stretch is not part of our current scope.
Honorable Speaker, it could be recalled I have a series of questions in connection to the said road. The previous answer given to me was that the said road that is from Brikama to Buffalo, Brikama to Mandinari, which includes Brikama to Buffalo, was contracted, but now the contract has been canceled and now is under the ECOWAS road construction. If that is the case, part is now under this current construction, and that's why I consider the delay.
Honorable Speaker, the ECOWAS corridor project has not even started. The studies are on, and it starts with the Banjul Bara project. What the Gambia government has done is to do the feasibility studies and the detailed design for a bypass that comes from the Sting Corner going through that particular stretch, Mandinaring, Buffalo to Mandinaba, then all the way to the border with Casamas. But there has not been at any time a contract given for this particular stretch of road.
Member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, this particular road in question was already approved in the 2022 budget. From 2022, we are now in 2026. Why this substantial delay in implementing it?
Honorable Speaker, I can't remember government allocating funds for this particular project on the 2022.
The member for Latikunda Sabeji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, recently your ministry is very innovative. I've seen you using local engineers to do some feasibility studies. This particular road, was the feasibility studies conducted by local engineers or you contracted a consultant? Thank you.
We have contracted a consultant that have already submitted a report and is under review by government.
Member for Nyanija, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think talking about this road, you should make a distinction because the road starting from Lamin all the way to Makumbaya, Bafulo to Brikama, we consider it at once. But you should make the distinction because in your explanation, I am hearing that this particular portion is not part of the contract, which is currently ongoing. Please explain further.
Under the EPC nationwide road projects, we have a road that comes from Lamin CDC, all right, on the highway. It goes through Bafaloto and then ends in Farato Bojankunda. It touches part of this particular area, all right, as a stretch. But what government is considering is like what we have done in Battle Hardin, a triple lane road on either side, coming from Sting Corner, going all the way to the border as bypass. And it will pass through this particular road. Yeah.
The member for Same, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, in your response, you mentioned that the said road construction will start in 2026. Can you be specific which month in 2026?
Honorable Speaker, I can't be very specific because it involves a lot of issues in terms of procurement and then award of contract, mobilization, and then start of work.
Member for Joswang, you have the floor.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, interestingly, you made mention about the bypass from Joswang that connect to the said road that they are referring to. When are you expecting to start both the feasibility and the main project itself?
Well, currently the NRA and the consultants that were hired to do the work are in discussion, and they are looking at the studies and the report and the BOQs and the cost itself. So hopefully when those details are finalized, we will come to the market.
You know, Minister, I can tell you, the member for Joseph, I'm sure when he breaks his fast today, he will pray for the member for Brikama North and those who ask a supplementary question leading to the bypass and Joseph. It's a music to his ears. Question number 040 of 2026 by the member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Again, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this Assembly of the Ministry's plans for the construction of the road linking Makumbaya, Kubune, and Kunkujang Jataya?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The road linking Makumbaya, Kubune, and Kunkujang Jataya is included in the government's 2026 pre-finance roads program. The feasibility studies for the identified roads are currently ongoing. Honorable Speaker, upon the conclusion of the requisite studies, the project will proceed to the next stage of procurement, followed by its subsequent commencement.
Member for Latikunda Sabeji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, when you say government pre-finance approach to these projects? Do you mean government will contract contractors to do the pre-financing, then later pay them, or can you please explain to the National Assembly?
Pre-finance, as it is known, government will do proper procurement and then, have contractors that have the capacity and the financial muscle to do the roads, and then, under agreed terms, which the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Works will agree, then, payment plans will be put in place, as always in the case around the world. However, there can be other options on the table that can help us avert even pre-finance.
For lower floor doers.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, a lot of roads have been put before you for construction. Are you allocated the required funds to be able to construct these roads?
Well, funds have always been a challenge, but government is becoming too bold and too innovative. Definitely, whatever we have, we hope that, Parliament will provide the necessary resources for us to do the roads.
The member for Busumbala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, can you elaborate on this pre-finance arrangement? Is it that the contractors will bear the burden to pre-finance the work, or the government? We need to be clear.
Well, of course, Honorable Member, the contractors will bear the burden of bringing the financing. I mean, it is a very good, acceptable standard, around the world on infrastructure project financing. And then, government will put in place mechanisms to ensure that a payment structure is in place to recover. Probably what we are thinking is for the contractors to do the works in 3 years, and then after 3 years, government start paying for another 3 years, which means that we have 6 years to prepare for the payments.
Question number 041 of 2026 by the Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure tell this August Assembly if the Ministry has any plans to install traffic lights along the OIC routes, especially at critical locations?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Joshua. Honorable Speaker, there are plans to install traffic lights along the OIC, or there were plans to install traffic lights along the OIC highway, especially at the Sukuta-Jabang intersection. Plans are still in place to install traffic lights on Bigelow roundabout and also Senegambia roundabout. However, since an overpass is being built at the Sukuta-Jabang, there would now be no need for a traffic light at that particular location.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, looking at the zebra crossing, the danger along the zebra crossing, is it not going to be ideal to put traffic lights between the zebra crossing?
Well, you have to also understand that these are not zebra crossings per se. We have humps that serve as, yes, I don't know of any zebra crossing on the Battle Hardin that does not have a hump before it, because this is meant to ensure the safety of pedestrians that are crossing. So, these are safety measures that we put on Battle Hardin, and then we have seen that since the installation of these humps, they have reduced risk associated with accidents, especially related to vehicles hitting passengers or pedestrians. But for traffic lights, yes, we have a plan for them to be installed at the roundabouts, not at the pedestrian crossings.
Honorable Minister, yes, you are right. There are humps before the zebra crossing. But the question here is, immediately after the humps, you have the zebra crossing. And from the humps, it's very slopey. Number two, you see riders crossing along the zebra crossing.
Member.
My concern here is...
Honorable Member.
Yes.
Supplementary questions is not a debate or exchanges between you and the minister. The rule is when you ask a supplementary question and he answered it.
Point of order.
That's
Point
it.
of order, Honorable Speaker.
There is a point of order by the member for Serekunda.
Yeah. Point of order 26.4. The Speaker shall not take part in any debate before the Assembly. Shouldn't take part in any debate before the National Assembly. If you want, I can read you the functions of the Speaker at the National Assembly as well. Thank you.
Honorable members, order, please. Order. Let's accord him the rights he so deserves. Honorable member for Serekunda, can you tell this August Assembly when Speaker participated in the debate, please, before I make ruling on your order? Please use your mic.
Just right now, you could have either ruled or allowed his question to be accepted. But what you are doing, you are participating in the debate here.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
No, let me deal with him first, then you can come. Honorable member for Serekunda, I want us to read our standing orders and also to distinguish between debate and speakers taking charge doing his duty as presiding officer. We must not bring sentiment and emotion to these chambers. You know you're out of order. And you know that you're wasting the time of the Assembly. Don't do that, please. You know, when you ask a supplementary question to a minister and he answered, you have one more left. You cannot use it again to disagree with the minister and start to explain your point, what do you want the minister? No, that question is gone. By our law, you cannot ask that same question again. The standing order is against that. You ask a question, in this instance, the member for Joshua asked a very valid question about street light and the pedestrian, and the minister responded. And he indicated that they are not planned because they are homes that are geared towards reducing. In fact, they have drastically, he said, reduced issue of accidents with pedestrians crossing. Now, if that is the case, the member cannot use his mic again to talk about that answer, trying to explain, telling minister, no, you know what I'm saying, that is out of order. And I said, no, member, you are out of order. You cannot exchange debate with the minister. And you say, I'm debating. You are wrong. Don't do that again.
But can
no,
you
don't use your mic. Don't use your mic. Don't use your mic. If you use, I'll sanction you. The member for Joshua, you have your final question.
Honorable.
For Joshua, please go ahead, sir.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, I am on a point of order. But
yes, sorry, I forgot. Sorry, there's a point of order by nominated member Fatu Kejara. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to put member for Serekunda into order, but hence you have already made a ruling on it. I'm just going to read the standing order. 26.5. 26.5. In an event that the Speaker wishes to take part in the debate, he or she shall vacate his or her chair for the Deputy Speaker or any other member elected as Speaker for the purpose. So the Speaker have all right to take part in the debate if he wishes so, and allow somebody to be chairing the session. Thank you.
Honorable members, order sustained. The member for Joshua, please continue.
Honorable Speaker, please, is it me or who? Who is wasting time? You are even wasting time. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, they are newly coming through the OIC conference hall. Are there any plans in that newly created junction or crossing point or an area within that area? Whether are you planning to put in zebra and how to call it traffic light in that area opposite the conference hall that you already created, you already cut, and it's already closed? But are you planning to create their traffic lights in case there are movements around the area.
You mean the median that we cut?
Yes, to access to the OIC conference hall.
No, that is basically for emergency exit in case when president or some VIPs are coming. That is created for that, not for traffic light.
Member for Latikuna Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, when Honorable Member for Joshua asks about the issues of traffic lights, you said plans are there. Were these plans part of the original scope of the work or the reverse scope of the work?
Well, they were part of the original scope, but government thought it necessary to put the homes first to test, to do trial runs, and they have been proven to be very successful. And that is why we said, there have been plans. And hopefully, when the third phase is complete, then this plan will be looked at again to see whether it's even necessary to put the traffic lights there.
Member for Bundung Kakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I just want to know, part of the plan in terms of installing street light, do you have extra plan to cover some major highways like Westfield, Tabokoto, and Georgetown?
Honorable Member for Bundu Kakunda. Order, honorable members. Member for Bundu Kakunda. I had all the members enjoying you, but you know who laughed the most and the loudest? The member for Wuli is. Because he knew you want the minister, you are dragging the minister to Bundu Kakunda, so that he will also include Wuli. Member for Parliamentary, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you've stated in your response that I still stand to be corrected, that it wouldn't be necessary to put traffic light at Sukuta Jabang Junction, hence you're putting a crossover. Would it be ideal to put a single light traffic light? Traffic lights comes in different sizes. You have the smaller ones. Then would it be proper if you put the smaller ones at roads that connects the other roads so that for ease of traffic, more ease of traffic?
Honorable members, order. There is a point of order by the member for Uli is.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Order 32. Permissible interruptions. No member except Speaker shall interrupt another member except on a point of order. The member for Fuladu is shouting there about asking questions, interrupting the questioner. Thank you.
Honorable members, order sustained. And I want all members, please, to uphold that. And the member for Wuli is should also explain to his neighbor. Thank you very much for that. I'm interested in this question because I don't know what is civilized traffic light. I had the member for Parliamentary and talked about civilized traffic light. Single traffic light. Okay. Minister. Honorable members, order. The member for Parliamentary is my MP, so I will always give her opportunity. Please order.
Yeah, because that's your area. I mean, what I'm trying to explain, traffic lights are in different sizes. You have the bigger ones and, of course, the smaller ones. So what I'm telling him is would it be possible, what I'm asking is, would it be possible to have the smaller traffic lights at junctions that connects, the other areas? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, please answer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As far as the current designs are concerned, we do not intend to put traffic lights at the Sukuta overpass.
Nominated member Fatuke Jawara, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, do you have other safety measures to put in place apart from the street light to limit the overspeeding in the highway?
Yeah, well, apart from the traffic lights, we have speed bumps, but we also have the road furniture. For example, if you are approaching any of those sections, the signals or the signals should actually direct you, or the signs should definitely direct you as to what you are approaching, whether, a popular crossing point by young people or walkers or something like that. Yeah.
Honorable members, we will move to the next questions, and I was expecting members to ask the minister about street camera or traffic, whatever you may call them, digitalization of the streets, especially the beautiful road. But question number 042 of 2026 by the member for Joshua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Ogaman Street in Kanifing South, that is the backway that commercial vehicles usually commute to Bakau, was surveyed and tendered were issues for construction at the said road. Could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure tell this August Assembly what is still holding the commencement of this project?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Joshua. Honorable Speaker, the Ogaman Street in Kanifing South was indeed surveyed and the tender process undertaken. However, commencement of the project has been delayed due to funding constraints. That notwithstanding, the government intends to implement the project under the 2026 pre-finance program, subject to the finalization of the feasibility studies, contractor recruitment, and financing arrangement negotiations.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, you made mention about feasibility studies. Before tendering, feasibility studies were done. You want to repeat it again, or are you planning to extend the area, not only on Ogaman Street?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. What we are doing in the Kanifing municipality is to do interconnecting roads. And this also affects the Ogaman Road that he talks about. So definitely, we need to have a fuller feasibility study and detailed designs for this particular road.
Thank you.
Question number 043 of 2026 by the Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Works tell this August Assembly has this ministry had any plan in constructing the Babun Fati Road that connect to Tarinding Concrete Road?
Member for Joshua. Honorable Speaker, the ministry is aware of the Babun Fati Road linking to Talinding Concrete Road. This road has been identified as an important urban access corridor due to its traffic volume and connectivity. Government has plans to improve the road, and it is being considered under the ongoing infrastructure development and pre-financing program, subject to the completion of the necessary technical assessments. Once the designs and financing arrangements are concluded, Honorable Speaker, the Assembly will be duly informed of the implementation timeline.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much for that. Honorable Minister, on the same studies that you referred to, is Sanguslap Road part of it?
What? No, I didn't get that. No. Order, honorable members, order, please. Honorable members, order.
Honorable Speaker, it's very clear. Babun Fati link connects to Sankonsila. Is Sankonsila Road part of this feasibility study?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Sankonsila actually is part of the current extension of the OIC roads, although there has been funding gaps, but it is being considered for construction. And right now, the contractor is being told to mobilize around that area.
Order, honorable members. You know, I told the minister before he took the podium, I told him members we are looking for him to appear. And they always would like to dribble, as if they are in a football field. And this is just an example of that. Yes, member for Brikama South.
Which of the baboon are they talking about? Look at the spellings of the baboon here. So I am worried, anyway.
Order,
Which
honorable
baboon
members.
are they talking
No,
about?
no, no. Just one, please. Honorable members, it's just the sound of a name. Sound of a name. Those listening, they don't even know what are the letters that are used to spell the name Babu. Question number 044 of 2026 by the honorable member for All Yundum and deputy on the what? All on them. That's all Yundum, yeah. I repeat. Question number 044 of 2026 by the honorable member for All Yundum and deputy majority leader. There's a typo problem there.
That's the Secretariat. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure kindly inform this August Assembly whether the Ministry has developed any plans to install street lights along the newly constructed coastal route stretching from Old Yundum to Tabakoto?
Thank you, Honorable Member for All Yundum. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry recognizes the importance of adequate street lighting along the newly constructed coastal road from All Yundum to Tabokoto to enhance road safety and visibility. The installation of street lighting and appropriate traffic control measures, including signalization at the intersection, are currently under consideration, subject to technical design review and availability of funds.
Honorable members, on your behalf, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure for those answers provided. Honorable Minister, you may go now. And Ramadan Mubarak to you. And I don't hear them talk about Nyanija. This one today is all about Greater Banjul area. We are fixed. Thank you. Clerk.
Thank you. Questions for oral answers continues. Questions for oral answers. The Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education.
Please, honorable members and guests, quietly leave the chambers. Please, quietly. Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education, please take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 025 of 20. Sergeant at Arm. Question number 025 of 2026 by the honorable member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in light of persistent challenges facing senior secondary schools, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education inform this August Assembly what reforms the ministry is undertaking to improve the quality and accessibility of basic and secondary education nationwide?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Bakau, for the question. While the persistent challenges you are referring to have not been detailed in your question, I am happy to report the many reforms the ministry is undertaking to enhance the quality and access to basic and secondary education across the country. So I will approach this in two folds. First, talk about the reforms that we are undertaking to strengthen quality of the services that we deliver, and what reforms we are undertaking to ensure adequate access to basic and secondary education across the country. So to begin with quality, the ministry is implementing many reforms which align with the National Education Policy 2016-2030, with a particular focus on improving foundational learning outcomes. In this regard, we have made significant progress in terms of our initiatives, and this includes one, the mainstreaming effective intervention strategy in schools. We call it the MAZE. And now we have the structured pedagogy that is accompanying the MAZE. These two reforms aim to enhance educational quality at the foundational level. The MAZE targets improvements in the learning outcomes at the primary education level through tailored interventions and promotes inclusivity. And this is why you see a lot of initiatives at the moment that are happening to enhance inclusivity. And the structured pedagogy initiative introduces evidence-based practices, and this we are doing in partnership with a consultant from Ghana, and effective intervention, and one non-governmental organization. And this initiative tries to initiate structured lesson plans emphasizing the use of national languages in our early grades to enhance comprehension and engagement within the classroom. Together, these initiatives are creating an effective educational environment, ensuring every child in our country has access to quality education that prepares them for success at the upper levels. The second reforms that as a sector we have undertaken to strengthen quality is the ongoing teacher competency and professional training. The teacher competency assessment is introduced, and it is now a mandatory requirement criteria for all our pre-service teachers graduating from diploma and advanced diploma programs. This is to ensure that the best and the most suitable gets into the education sector. The TCA, which is the Teacher Competency Assessment, is also being administered to in-service teacher trainees, meaning teachers already in the system, to identify the capacity gaps and develop tailored training programs to strengthen those gaps so that the education service can be delivered much more effectively. We also, as a sector, continue on our professional development programs for teachers to promote quality in this system, and this we do through the issuance of scholarships and other training initiatives. Then the third point, that as a sector, reforms the sector is undertaking to ensure quality, is improving our teaching and learning materials generally. There is a committee we call the National Committee that comprises stakeholders such as the Conference of Principals, our Curriculum Directorate, the Gambia Teachers Union, the Gambia Public, the GPPC, that is the Printing and Publishing Corporation, and our Standard and Quality Assurance Directorate. They are working together and have established a review team to approve textbooks for senior secondary schools across the country, just to ensure that the textbooks that are used at the senior secondary level are those that respond to the curriculum requirements of the senior secondary school. Clear textbook review criteria have been established to ensure compliance with curriculum standards. A framework agreement is also in place for timely printing and distribution of these learning materials. And as reforms are ongoing, again, to strengthen quality within the education system, the sector, through the engagement of the Learning Mastermind, is strengthening its capacity as as a system. As part of these reforms, we are assessing, or the consultant is assessing, the capacity of the sector to ensure that we are able to sustain all these reforms, especially the structured pedagogy reforms. This involves developing a framework for capacity needs assessment, ensuring long-term sustainability of all our reforms, in particular the foundational learning reforms. We are also, as a sector, strengthening our data systems to ensure that our decisions are based on the evidence. And in this, as a sector, we are improving our monitoring and evaluations and learning system to use data effectively. This involves creating strong assessment frameworks and setting up digital platforms for better data use. The cluster monitor system has been updated to help with implementations. And there are nationwide training sessions on the use of the DHIS tool, which is supporting our EMIS, that is the Education Management Information System platform, for the annual school census to support a smooth transition to digital management by focusing on data-driven decision-making and monitoring. The ministry has, or can, in this case, better track educational progress and take informed actions to improve learning outcomes in all our schools. And the sixth point the ministry is undertaking to enhance quality is integrating educational technology in our teaching and learning. The sector is proactively integrating e-tech solutions to enhance learning outcomes and streamline education and management systems. A central initiative is the development of a learning management system, which is spearheaded by our consultant and partner, the Learning Mastermind. And this is complemented by comprehensive training on digital tools to elevate instructional delivery. The ministry has also digitalized scripted lessons from early childhood development to secondary school levels, enabling both our teachers and students to access these materials through the interactive platform we call Island Gambia, which is open to our students. This platform supports seamless online and offline content access, significantly improving the educational experience and fostering greater engagement in learning. The platform provides both teachers and students with access to digital content aligned with our national curriculum, available in both online and offline. Users are issued codes to access the online learning materials, while the offline versions can be accessed using SD cards. And these SD cards have been supported by partner UNICEF, which we are most grateful with, the World Bank, UNICEF, and other partners. In the areas of community engagement, because the service of education cannot be delivered by MOPSI alone, to ensure that quality is enhanced, we continue to engage with the communities through our strategic communication campaigns and the collaborations with public and private entities, aiming to promote educational or foundational learning and to ensure sustainability of our initiatives. As a sector, we have also done assessments to identify gaps and enhance our structures generally. The effective management structures have been established, including the formation of a steering committee and technical meetings to support and coordinate the implementation of all the reforms the sector is undertaking. In the areas of electricity, the school solarization project is complementing the government's effort and mandate to electrify the whole country. In this, as a sector, we have been able to solarize 823 schools. And this is to ensure that every school has electricity to support the reforms we are embarking upon, especially the reforms that include e-tech solutions in our schools. When it comes to access to education, this is what the ministry is doing. The ministry is committed to ensuring no child is left behind through effective infrastructure development and targeted supports. In the areas of expansion, In infrastructure, we have partners, notably MRC Holland Foundation, that is constructing classrooms across the country every day and new schools, on average 10 classrooms per day. And this is aimed at realizing the policy pronouncement that no child should travel more than 2 kilometers for the primary school levels, not more than 3 kilometers for upper basic levels, and not more than 5 kilometers for the senior secondary schools, students or learners. Notable progress has been made in this regard with permanent structures in ECD centers and upper basic school expanded by over 50% and 79% respectively between 2015 and 2025. When it comes to resource gaps, we continue to engage with pertinent stakeholders to mitigate shortages in our teaching and learning materials and furniture in schools, despite ongoing budgetary challenges. When it comes to student enrollment, targeted interventions have led to a rise in enrollment from 710,000 learners in 2020 to over 830,000 learners in 2025, reflecting a significant 17% growth, particularly among girls, which is commendable. Honorable Speaker, these reforms highlight the ministry's dedication to enhancing both the quality and access to basic and secondary education across the country. We are making significant strides towards establishing a system that guarantees equitable access while providing high-quality education, ultimately supporting the academic success and personal development of every learner in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you, Honorable Minister, for giving that wonderful response. In your response, you've indicated the teacher competency and distribution of learning materials, but specifically when it comes to distribution of learning materials, this is not done in time. As a ministry, what are you doing to make sure that time is given to?
Teaching and learning materials, as I speak to you, are available in all our lower basic, upper basic, as well as the senior secondary. Although we have had a legacy of a delay in the provision of the senior secondary textbook, but those gaps have been closed. As we speak now, we have delivered the first batch of senior secondary textbooks, which are hugely available in the schools, and the second trench and the third trench. The second trench is already on the way. The third trench will begin around September. So, I mean, that process has seen a lot of improvement, and this is why we have not, as a sector, had a lot of challenges and complaints regarding lack of teaching and learning materials in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Honorable Minister, I have conflict in my mind as to what question am I asking. I want to ask about teacher training in college. I want to ask about senior secondary schools in Kia West. But I think I will go for the ones in Kia West. Earlier on, improving teaching and learning in the senior secondary school, I have posed a question with respect to science courses at the 3 senior secondary schools that we have, respectively, Nyorajataba Senior, Keneba Senior, as well as Karantaba Senior. And still, this has not yet been started. And the progress, the pace at which the construction of those structures are going is very slow. And how far is your monitoring with respect to this construction, and how soon will these science courses be able to start at these senior secondary schools?
Okay,
There is a point of order by the member for Opanyomi.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member for Bakau asked a general question, and the Honorable Member for Kiang West questions are very specific. Specific in the sense that it is it is not in order with Order 43.4 of the Standing Order, which says that a supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and the answers provided. So the Honorable Member for Bakau, the question he asked are very general. The Honorable Member for Kiang West, the question he asked are very, very specific. So it's not the same. Thank you.
Honorable members, order, order, honorable members. Honorable members, order, please. Order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, the question asked by the member for Bakau is about reforms for quality and accessibility of basic and secondary education nationwide, from kindergarten to grade 12, from Koina to Katong up to space. That's what he asked, open-ended, up to the universe. So anything within the kindergarten to grade 12, from art to space, you can ask. So, order not sustained. Minister, please provide an answer.
Yes. As a sector, we are involved in several school construction.
Point of order.
And
there is point of order by the member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, Order 17F. While a member is speaking, all members shall remain silent. Minister is providing answer for the people of Kiang West, not me. Honorable for Opanyomi is disturbing and still talking.
Order sustained. Honorable members. Order sustained. And in fact, I'm applying the order on the member himself. Please, in subsequent questions and answers, remain silent. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was going to say that in terms of school infrastructure, as a sector, we have started a lot of schools, and all the schools will be completed by the grace of God. And in the areas of science, we're trying to approach a lot of reforms to enhance that area, because as a country generally, it's a very challenging area, and not only due to lack of the facility, but also due to lack of the manpower. So we have not over time had the amount of people or teachers, educators that we require in this area really to deliver the services. But we are giving more scholarship and encouraging teachers to get into those areas, the areas of the biology, chemistry, math, so that we can have or produce more teachers to really support that area. But any construction that we have commenced as a sector in this country, we will complete it, and we will take note of this your point, and maybe pay a visit to your region to see what is going on. But be rest assured that any school that we commence in terms of classroom or new school, it will be completed, and the right support in terms of teachers, teaching and learning materials, furniture will be provided. Thank you.
Minister, answering supplementary question, you must summarize and answer within 2 minutes. The member for Banjul Central, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for that comprehensive breakdown. I had questions when it comes to curriculum standards and the teacher competency, but you've delved on it. So my only question would be when it comes to inclusivity. Despite you've made policy commitments, because we've been following the ministry as well, which is very prudent. However, when it comes to education for teenage mothers and children with disabilities, who usually have barriers when it comes to having what normal kids do have. When it comes to the enrollment and entertainment rates for these marginal groups, what is the ministry doing when it comes to that?
I mean, we now have more students living with disabilities going to schools because we are, as a sector, we are able to provide assistive devices. Currently, if you are monitoring what this sector is doing, you realize that we have a team that is in the field trying to support students living with disabilities, those having problems with their sight. So we have the CRS, the EU, and also medical practitioners doing this assessment to provide the needed support. And even in terms of our infrastructure, we have improved. Now we have taken account of students who possibly may use wheelchairs and need to access floors beyond the first level. So a lot of reforms is directed to support and to ensure that there is inclusivity in the services we provide.
Member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you mentioned 2 teacher competence tests, one for the pre-service and the other for the in-service. I can understand for the case of the pre-service, if they don't pass, they will not be employed. But how about people who are already employed in service and you conducted this test for them, they fall below the average? What happened to them?
We support them. We identify the gaps. The essence is to identify the teaching gaps so that necessary and appropriate trainings can be targeted to enhance those areas they are weak to be able to deliver the teaching service much more effectively.
The member for Woolly East, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I have visited some schools, especially Bajakunda, and I have discovered that even though the MRC builds schools, but they don't usually provide equipment for experiment. So what plans does the ministry have to provide some of this equipment for simple tests for children to understand scientific issues? Thank you.
Yes, in the areas of science, last year, through our collaboration with the Equity Fund, we supplied over $2 million worth of materials in the areas of science, to the technical areas, and also the woodwork, the technical areas and the home science areas. So, I mean, these are part of the reforms. So we are really taking note of that to ensure that schools with science labs are well equipped for the practicals to be taken. So the reforms is ongoing, and we hope to strengthen all schools with science labs so that the students can have a good experience.
Thank you. The nominated member, Fatuke Jawara, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in phase 1 of your reform, you highlight 2 key important areas. One is improving in quality learning education and reviewing the school curriculum. Is this limited to government schools, or it can be shipped into primary school, private schools as well?
Okay, the current reforms, especially those that the ministry is undertaking, is within the public schools. But of course, we oversee the private schools, and we ensure that they too deliver the required teaching and learning, and that the environment is also conducive. And if they offer or run programs. Let's say in the sciences, we also try to encourage them to ensure that the right infrastructure and the right teaching and learning materials are available in the schools to ensure the students succeed. Yes, so we monitor them very, very closely.
Honorable members, on your behalf, I wish to thank the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education for those answers provided to honorable members. Honorable Minister, you may go. Order, honorable members, order. Earlier on, I recognize senior officials from the government gallery. I can see that of the Director of Health Services, Dr. Nyasi, I can see, and other officials. You're welcome. And we are joined now by the Minister for Health Services, Dr. Ahmed Lamin Samate is also here to join us. You're welcome, Honorable Minister. Clerk, we may proceed, please.
Thank you. Questions for oral answers. The Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources. You may please take the podium. Honorable members, questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources by Honorable members for oral reply. Question number 013 of 2026 by the Honorable Member for Same constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources inform this August Assembly what criteria did the Ministry uses to identify new hunting camps and what benefits communities derive from them?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Same. Identification of new hunting camps is carried out by the Department of Parks and Wildlife Management, who are duly mandated to do so under the Biodiversity and Wildlife Conservation Act. The recent one is 2003. A key criteria for consideration is the demand and supply resources, that's the species, meaning complaints by the community of wildlife classified as agricultural vermin and pets, periodically and perpetually causing threats to farming and livelihood of these communities. Under the legal and regulatory compliance, hunting license and concessions are issued in accordance with the Biodiversity and Wildlife Conservation Act 2003. In particular, reference is Part 4 of the Act, Control of Hunting and Harvesting. A new camp must operate under a legally recognized tenancy, either with the local communities or the state. Ecological and wildlife resource considerations. Sustainable wildlife populations. In this case, areas selected must have a sufficient wildlife resource base for hunting without harming species viable or biodiversity. Human-wildlife conflict assessment. Sites are also chosen where hunting helps mitigate conflicts or harm to other living things or the environment. In this case, controlling vermin species that are likely to affect crops productivity. Under the social and community factors, proximity to communities, camps are usually established in districts where there are local support and engagement. We need that. And where communities have a stake interest in or relationship with wildlife resources. Also, partnership with local authorities and land owners. District authorities and traditional leaders are typically consulted to ensure the camp is acceptable, both socially and culturally. Community benefits, as part of the question, derived from hunting camps. Commercial hunting camps in the Gambia provide several direct and indirect benefits to communities where they operate, and these includes employment opportunity. Camps create jobs for community members in roles such as guards, trackers, hospitality staff, cooks, drivers, security, and camp maintenance. 2 camps in the Same district, specific to the member that asked the question, Willingara, that's Haidara, and Karantaba, Toro, employed about 60 Gambians, and majority of whom are from the nearby local communities. Provision of potable water. These are some of these benefits that the businesses also float back to communities. In this case, boreholes were dug for provision of clean water supply in Welingara, Haidara, and Karantaba, Toro. Support to local economic growth. This also helps to boost local businesses such as petty trading, transportation, building materials, and other consumables, thus enhancing informal sector of the businesses. In some cases, hunting camps contribute to community development projects such as support for schools, local food and initiatives, which foster goodwill and sustainable partnership with local residents, and also mitigate human, wildlife, or harm to the environment. These are the rundowns to provide for the answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, as we speak in Same, there are 3 camps, and you are saying that there are 2. The oldest camp is Madian. I don't know, how do you manage for these 3 camps in Same for them to operate?
As I said, there must be need assessment. There will be technical consultation to ascertain that the laws are being respected, but also community interest is being observed, and also nature is not being affected. So if there are 3 camps, be assured that this technical base must have been established to have the camps operate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Is there any MOU agreement between these, where these camps are operated within those communities?
I will have to verify that, but as far as I know, there wouldn't be any need for MOU so long as we have a legal base that guides the way it operates and how we consult with communities. So I don't think there will be any need for MOU to guide the legalities. And if there is any, we'll have to consult with the technical team. And why?
Thank you. Member for Central, Badibu, you have the floor.
Speaker, Honorable Minister, the creation of new camps, hope is not contradictory to the Banjul Declaration, which spelled out that it was called for the protection and conservation of wildlife, forests, and biodiversity in the Gambia. So creating camps, hope is not contradictory to the declaration.
Thank you. What you have just referenced is a declaration, and what I'm referencing is an act which oversees, which supersedes declarations. So the act guides how we manage and implement hunting camps in this country. Thank you.
Member for Nyanija, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, order please. Honorable Minister, beyond identifying these new hunting camps, as these are established by law, as you said, could you clarify what monitoring and enforcement mechanisms are in place to ensure that these camps do not contribute to biodiversity loss or illegal hunting, as might be said, and how are these communities benefiting? But you've mentioned something about that, but I really want to know.
Thank you. We have stakeholders overseeing the implementation of this. And this comprises of the local people, the community themselves, and also our Department of Parks and Wildlife officers who are also on the ground. So if by any chance any illegality is being found, then we have the that room to make sure that we are able to correct it. So if there is any, either the committee will have to report it or our officers will have to spot it out, and adequate measures will be taken.
Member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I think the last time I visited one of those hunting camps were 4 weeks ago in Same Madiana, and you could see that visibility in terms of the employment they create for communities. However, in the distribution of benefits to some of these communities, do you actually establish or do you intend to establish local structures that would kind of monitor how those benefits are shared across the communities?
Thank you. Again, I did mention that there is a law governing the process of establishing this camp, implementing them, and managing their administration. So therefore, the laws will guide whether the community has to have a structure. But even whereas the laws are not there, these are basic to make sure that at least efficiency is being achieved. So if the community so wishes that this is necessary and it will help the effective and productive running and operation of this camp, I think it will be required. And if they request, we can help them, even though if it is not within the laws.
Thank you, Minister. The member for Banjul Central, you have the floor now.
Yeah, Honorable Minister, yes, you've partly answered. I had a similar question. However, I want to know, when it comes to representation for these communities, is it through the alcalos or through the ward development committees, or how does it work? Yeah, or the VDCs, yeah.
Whatever happens within the community, when we say local community, the alcalo is the leader in the local community, and the VDC is a very important structure. So for me, as far as the local community is being given that leverage to be engaged and have a say, it must be through the alcalo and the VDC, yes.
Minister for Fonye Brefet, sorry. The member for Fonye Brefet, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, apart from the benefits you mentioned here, I want to understand if the hunting camp has any agreement with the VDC in sharing of the revenue.
Thank you. A similar question was asked. I am saying the sharing of the revenue or whatsoever is going to govern these hunting camps must be guided by the established law that I mentioned. So anything that is outside that will be at the leverage of the community or in agreement with the investor. So in that case, if it is something that is going to help efficiency and productivity, I think we'll encourage it. And if they so request, we can support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change, and Natural Resources, for those answers provided to this August Assembly. I now thank you. You may go, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. Clerk, you may proceed.
Thank you. Question for oral answer. The Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy.
Thank you. Honorable members, may I now invite the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy to take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 021 of 2026 by the member for Banjul Central.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy inform this August Assembly of the legal or policy basis for replacing electricity meters when each residential transfer, and indicate whether the ministry plans to review this practice or consider alternatives?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, NAWEC confirms that the practice is governed by its approved electricity meter transfer policy adopted by the Board of Directors under Board Resolution number 60 of Q4 2025 on the 6th of October 2025. The policy established that all electricity meters remain the property of NAWEC and are permanently assigned to the premises of installation. Accordingly, meters are not transferable upon change of tenancy, ownership, or customer status. Customers relocating to new premises are required to apply for new connection. The policy was submitted to and approved by the Public Utility Regulatory Authority, PURA. The policy provides for periodical review in line with the operational and regulatory developments. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, yes, you've mentioned that it was through an approved policy, but we'd want to know the rationale behind, forcing a new homeowner, for example, who had no role in the previous occupant's case, being indebted to it to bear the cost of a new meter. Isn't that a bit uncitizenry, based on the economic, if you pick it on the economic situation of the country?
Honorable Member, the rationale, this decision was based on a number of cases where meters were illegally transferred from their current locations to locations that are not known to NAWEC, and they have been illegally bypassed, leading to loss of revenue for the utility, which is costing all of us. And that's the rationale why NAWEC took the decision. And this is already, as I mentioned, approved by the regulatory authority. So it is just the actions of few individuals or number of people that has really led to this decision. They illegally moved the meters, not only illegally transferring, but they also bypass the meters and then steal electricity, which is having an impact on the revenue of the utility. And eventually it will also affect service delivery. So it's a decision that I think is well thought of. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, yes, I want to know whether there were consultations done with consumer protection agencies when it comes to this, before bearing this decision.
My comfort with the whole decision is because if PURA is involved and approve it, I guess that's the role of the regulator to handle that aspect of the activity. If PURA approve it, I guess probably they would have done their homework. Thank you.
Member for Nyanija, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I think I will rephrase my supplementary, since you've answered that this is as a result of a policy approved by the Board of Directors for NAWEC. But don't you think that wouldn't it be wise if before applying for a new meter, you apply for transfer to a new location? I think that could have been better, in my opinion. Don't you think that is best?
Yeah, that has been the norm. People were allowed to transfer their meters legally. They come to NAWEC, apply for application, they apply for transfer of meters, and they are issued with invoices, and they pay the transfer fee, meters are relocated, and the new location is now known to NAWEC. And it's so there is no issue with that one. That was a norm. But what has happened in the past leading to this is because people have started illegally transferring the meters. They dismantle the meters, take it to locations not known to NAWEC. And not only transferring them illegally, but what they did also, they bypassed the meters, knowing fully well the address that was on the first installation area is no more the new location. So when they do that, they bypass. NAWEC will not know where the meters are located. So they keep roaming all over to find those meters, and they are illegally bypassed. So that's a serious problem, and it's causing huge revenue losses to utility, and that's unacceptable.
Member for Joswong, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, people do apply meters, as you mentioned, to compounds that belongs to individuals per se. If in case you apply a meter, you spend fortune on it, now you want to relocate that meter, is there any form of compensation between the previous owner and then the compound that the guy is going to leave that meter with? Is there any plan to negotiate between the two parties?
I think what we need to do as a country is to strengthen our rental laws. When you want people to rent your house, these are basic services that you need to provide for your tenants. So the burden shouldn't be on the utility, it should be on the landlord to make sure those basic services are provided to their tenants. So I think we should all work together to make sure that those rules or laws are strengthened to make sure we protect the interests of our tenants. Thank you.
The member for Sanementreng, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, can you clarify whether officials have been implicated in facilitating illegal meter transfers? If so, what disciplinary action was taken against those officials involved? Thank you.
Honorable Member, we are not talking about illegal transfer by officials here. No. No, you cannot come and say these members are involved in illegal transfer and we have done this and this to them, the staffs. No, you cannot do that. You cannot come and mention staffs here who cannot defend themselves.
Honorable Speaker, this was mentioned by the minister. The illegal transfer was mentioned by this case. I just want to confirm whether officials were involved.
Staffs here who... No, the minister cannot talk about that here. The member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, it appears that the few that are engaged or who were engaged in illegal transfers of meters has affected a broader society in terms of getting those also, doing their legal transfers. What mechanisms are you really putting in place as a ministry to address this issue in terms of having people to legally transfer their meters from one area to the other?
Well, for now, we are in agreement with this policy decision that's been taken by NAWEC, and we are monitoring closely with NAWEC, and will be advised in the future as to, because this is going to be reviewed based on the circumstance. If things improve, I think we can consider, rescinding the decision. But for now, it's been monitored and it's been reviewed. And if we are advised otherwise, we'll take the necessary decision. Thank you.
There's a point of order by the member for Central Badu.
Speaker, I want to bring you to order. Order 43-4.
Yes, what?
I want to bring you to order.
Who to order?
43-4.
Honorable member, sit down.
43-4. So I say point of order 43-4.
All right, go ahead.
A supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and the answers provided. So, honorable member of Sanemental, ask a question.
Honorable, take your seat. Honorable, take your seat. Honorable, take your seat. You know you are out of order. You cannot do that. No, don't do that, Central Body, my friend. The member for Banjul North, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, according to your response, you talk about the issue of bypassing the meters, which is indeed a very serious crime. But what measures do your ministry or NAWEC put in place in terms of security and to avoid such thing to reoccur as far as providing services are concerned?
These are meters that are installed in homes. It's not possible for NAWEC to be, placing physical security in each of those locations. But what we have is a task force. We have a team that is responsible for revenue protection. So on a daily basis, they monitor the buying patterns of customer installations, and also they go to the field regularly on a daily basis to monitor some of the suspected illegal activities. So this is ongoing, and the monitoring is on a daily basis. Thank you.
Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy, on behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank you for answering those questions to this assembly, and you may go now. And Ramadan Mubarak. Clerk, we may proceed.
Thank you. Question for oral answers continues. The Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister for Health, you may please take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Health by honorable members for oral reply. Okay. Question number 01 of 2026 by the member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, the whole Central River Region North has no major hospital like that of Bansa. Could the Honorable Minister for Health inform this August Assembly whether the ministry has any plans to construct or transform any health center in the region?
Distinguished Honorable Speaker and Honorable National Assembly members, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the Honorable Member for Sami constituency that the Ministry of Health is doing massive infrastructural development in CRR North. The Ministry has just renovated and equipped Kaur Health Center. The construction of Njao Major Health Center is nearing completion and will be inaugurated very soon. And all its equipment and hospital beds are in store awaiting completion. The renovation and construction of new structures are in progress in Kuntaur Major Health Center. The ministry has handed over a new ambulance in January 2026 to Kuntaur Major Health Center, funded by the African Development Bank through the National Social Protection Agency, and the procurement of an additional trekking vehicle and equipment are in progress. Once the construction and the renovation of these two facilities in CRR North are completed, it will improve the health indicators in the whole region, especially in CRR North. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, my question is very clear. You know, CRR, both North and South, any major cases that happen, they have to cross to Bansa, which is giving a lot of troubles to the CRR North. I just want to be specific whether the ministry has any plan for us to have such major hospital.
Order, honorable members, order, please. This is a very important question. You should listen. Order.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Health is very much aware of the challenges the people of CRR, especially CRR North, have been facing over the decades. Many of the health indicators are worse on that side or in that part of the country. For that reason, we've paid particular attention to strengthening and upgrading the health facilities. Actually, that is what warranted the construction of the massive health facility in Jau. Honorable Speaker, the Njau Health Facility, I will ask the honorable member to kindly pay a visit. I'm sure he'll be impressed. Many of those things that he's talking about will be carried out in the Jau Major Health Center. Now, in addition to that, we also upgrading the Kuntao Health Facility. I was there a few weeks ago, and even the equipment for Kuntao Health Facility have arrived, and the renovation work is going very well and impressively. So we believe when all these things are taken care of, most of the patients wouldn't have to go across the river to the other side, to the southern bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Our committee monitoring have visited Njao, the very health center. So you want to say that Njao Health Center is going to replace Bansang?
It's typically not going to replace Bansang. It's going to be an add-on. In strategizing health facility expansion and strategizing development, we look at the major problems. Many of the problems in CRR, not especially when it comes to health services, is related to maternal and child health. Now, you realize that the maternal and child health aspect of the New Njau Hospital is even better than Bansang. The New Njau Hospital, the maternal unit, it by itself has 4 fully air-conditioned and suite delivery rooms with bathrooms and toilet for each woman who is in labor. That alone will be very helpful. It has a theater. So the same operations that are being done in Bansang can be done there and will be done there, inshallah. When it comes to maternal health, when it comes to cesarean sections, other surgical operations can also be done there. Inshallah, they'll be done there. So we're going to strengthen it to such a level that the referral to Bansang will be reduced. Of course, even Bansang does refer to Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital because this is the peak of the health service delivery system. So referrals are always like that. And of course, Edward Francis occasionally is unable to handle a few cases, and then we look for where to send those. So this is the strategy. But I reassure you, with Njau and Kuntao functioning optimally, the referral rate will be dramatically reduced. Thank you.
Member for Serekona, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Can the Honorable Minister equally update us about the proposed transformation of the health center in Chairman Nyanija? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I didn't see that question as part of...
The supplementary question is about the region, CRR North.
Oh, okay.
And there was a proposal that the Chairman Health Center, which is one of the oldest health facilities around that area, would be transformed into a state-of-the-art health center.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, that facility, health facility, is one of the facilities planned for renovation and upgrading. And I was informed that they are now carrying out the tender processes. This also includes Brikama here, and also Yorubaol. I think there are 4. The 4th one is not, I think the 4th one is Fodikunda. Yeah, so those ones are supposed to be renovated. The same African Development Bank that's supporting the renovation of Kuntal Health Center, they are funding that as well. And after the renovation, the facilities are also going to be given an ambulance and trekking vehicle. The trekking vehicles are very important because they use that to go to the villages that do not have health facilities to carry out maternal and child care. Thank you.
Member for Central Body will have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the question is very specific with all the attributes that you talk about in Jao and Kuntau. In the near future, do you plan to upgrade it to a hospital? Because hospital and a health facility are different. Do you have a plan for that?
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, when we went on tour, we went around with the WHO country representative that's currently posted in the Gambia. He told me, Honorable Minister, why do you people call so many facilities here health centers? These are big hospitals in most parts of the continent. So very soon we'll be doing the nomenclature again. We will review the health facilities because many of these facilities we keep on upgrading and expanding them without change of name. We'll be doing that, but Njau actually is a hospital. Yes.
The member for Busumbala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, what are the requirements that need to be met for a health center to be upgraded to a hospital? Because you may have all these, it's not only change of nomenclature, there must be a requirement that need to be in place for a health center to be upgraded to a hospital with all, yeah.
There is a point of order by the member for Opanyomi.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, Order 43.
Opanyomi, I cannot hear you, please.
Order 43.4, Honorable Speaker. A supplementary question shall not be in order if it includes the matters not included in the original question and the answer provided. The honorable member for Busumbala question is not in the original question, neither the answer provided by the minister.
What's his question?
The criteria set up for the criteria that are put in place to indicate each particular health facility is a hospital or a health center. That's not in the question. That wasn't the question he asked.
No, Busumbala is asking the minister for criteria or the required material to enable us name one as a health center or a hospital. Is that correct? No, Minister, please provide an answer. Minister himself talked about that.
Thank you very much. Yes.
I also where the members are listening. Minister said, order, honorable members, order. You know, the members for Same and Central Badibu were pressing on the hospital. And the minister talked about the facilities in Jao, what is there. And in fact, they have a theater and they have the label will have about 4, just like that of Jame Foundation. And in fact, it's the same that is going to be built in Chairman. So the minister said most of the cases that are referred to Bansang now can be dealt with at that level, at the CRR not level, Jao and others. Kuntaur, he talked about Kuntaur as well. Then the central body will press on hospital, which I'm very happy about his question, pressing the minister to. No, it's about that. Wait, relax. So the minister, so the central body was pressing him on that. But the minister said, in fact, some of his colleagues, most of the things that we have in those health facilities, it it has moved in taking into account of the investment in terms of equipment, in terms of services, and in terms of materials provided in these health facilities. He said they have now, in fact, it's beyond health centers. They are now coming up with a review to change the nomenclatures. And I agree because the member for Serekunda talked about the dispensary in Chairman, used to be dispensary health facility, but what is going to happen there? Even sometimes, even Bansang is not available there. So that's what the minister said. So based on that, the member of Busumbala is asking the minister what would be the criteria, even though in hindsight, the minister have more or less highlighted those criteria. So the member of Busumbala is in order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It's a long list. You categorize them. What do you say a health post? What should a health post have? What should minor health center have? What should major health center have? What should a general hospital have? What should a specialist hospital have? What should a teaching hospital have? So it's a long list which we can provide for you if you don't mind. But it also, of course, all these are geared towards the scope of services. What should they provide? Now, what they need to provide by way of services, which is also be in tandem with the type of equipment that they need to get. So this is how we categorize them. In the past, we are cognizant of the fact that they were sometimes misclassification for whatever reasons, but we thought they need to be reclassified based on the current realities rather than sentiments, because we've had information that sometimes proclamations were made that we make this, today you are a major health center without really the substance of a major health center there. So that is why we want to look at all those. Thank you.
Honorable for Lower Nyome, you understand now? Yeah, no, it's not about CR or not. But the minister said it's very clear. Order, honorable members, order. There is a lot of things happening in those health facilities that they are constructing now. It has improved. No, to be honest, the materials and the quality of service being provided now and those 5 years ago, it's not the same. Question number 015 of 2026 by the member for Janjambure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. Let me seize this opportunity to thank you for having the ambulance in Janjambure operational. Thank you with your team. Yeah, but I wish you could move the RFH ambulance to another community. I don't think we will need it that much now. Having 2 ambulances would be really costly to the state. Thank you. Exactly. Then they will deal with that in between them. Huh? No. That is too far, Kauru. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Health provide this Assembly with the annual budget, allocations and actual expenditure for mental health from 2019 to 2025 and update the Assembly on the status of the draft mental health bill?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the Honorable Member for Janjambure constituency that the table below shows the annual budget allocations and the actual expenditure for mental health from 2019 to 2025. Honorable Speaker, for 2019, 2,150,000 was approved. The actual expenditure 665,314. For 2020, 2,425,000, and the expenditure from that budget line was zero. For 2021, 1,995,000. Actual expenditure $230,475. For 2022, 2.2 million, and actual expenditure zero from the budget line. For 2023, 6.55 million, and the actual expenditure 350,325. For 2024, 3.74 million, and the actual expenditure was zero. For 2025, 3.7 million, actual expenditure 3.3, and for 2026, $2,941,000. The draft mental health bill has been submitted by the contracted legal firm and is being reviewed for presentation for approval by the cabinet and subsequent presentation to this August assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I want to believe that the issue of mental health is becoming a concern on daily basis. What is your ministry plan to come up with a facility to help rehabilitate those that are affected with mental health in our societies?
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, the issue of mental health is of it's a big concern to the ministry and the government as a whole, and for society in general. Mental health issues, of course, are not so very easy to deal with, especially with the stigma associated with mental illness. So it takes a whole of society approach in conjunction with government to ensure that mental health issues come to the fore. We have one mental hospital dedicated for mental health services, that's the Tankatanka Psychiatric Hospital, which by itself we know needs to be upgraded. The service quality has improved in the sense that the caliber of mental health professionals we have there is improved. We have a professor of mental health in there now, who is, in addition to the consultants who are there, is providing mental health services and also teaching the young, the medical students and the young doctors. We also have a Gambian specialist there now who has a membership in mental health. So capacity building, training health workers to be able to identify and deal with mental health issues is very critical because sometimes the poor diagnosis or misdiagnosis also worsens the problem. Now, the other aspect is dealing with the availability of psychiatric drugs. Of course, that has been a challenge, but we are dealing with it. We are expecting adequate consignment so that they do not go into relapse. Now, with regards to rehabilitation, in well-established mental health hospitals, which we intend for our facility to become, typically in-house they have rehabilitation facilities where they also train them. As they get better, they train them to be able to get skills and they participate in other activities. Now, for those that are related to substance abuse, we've been working very closely with the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, and they have that mandate, and I'm aware that they are building a rehabilitation center for those that are linked to substance abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think I will pick it up from where you ended, more especially around substance abuse. I think a few days ago, I was following up with an issue around the Tavern area.
Around?
Around the Tavern, that is Kololi Street. Kololi Tavern.
Okay.
There is a specific area, I think that was used to be built by Karafi, but now it is being occupied by, let's say, substance users. I'm not trying to kind of ignite anything that is negative around them, but listening from their submissions, you know, it is really heart-shocking, and you will realize that some of these people really want to keys from that life of using substance to also form part of that good society. Have your ministry, or is your ministry making any efforts to actually visit some of these sites, or to actually engage directly some of these people who are affected with substance to see as to how, you know, their lives can be reformed and also join society as required?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The issue is central to our society. It's one of the most sensitive issues we deal with as a government and as a people. Substance use, it's a big problem, and it cuts across all cadres of society. And of course, when people become dependent on these substances, it becomes very difficult. We are aware of the fact that a lot of people who become overly dependent on these substances certainly want to do away with it, but because they are addictive, they become a big challenge. So we need, of course, government, but we also need society, communities. Honorable member, yourselves as role models, when you also engage them. Our ministry, the mental health program unit, those engage them. They go around, and we've also some volunteers in the society who have formed groups, associations, and so on. They go delve into those areas to engage them. But certainly it's not an easy thing to tackle. We need the schools, we need educators, we need civil society organizations, we need the parents, of course, certainly we need the members of parliament. So it's a whole of society approach, and we want to continue to strengthen that so that we are able to give them life-changing experiences. Thank you.
The member for Basse, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. For decades now, as you mentioned, we only have one mental health facility that is within the Greater Banjul area. Is there any plan to construct one in the regions or in the provinces?
Yeah, thank you very much. There is no recent plan to do so because of the resource constraints, but it's a very, very good idea that we will look into. When we get resources, we will implement that. But what we have been doing and what we intend to strengthen is still to have qualified health professionals in the provinces as well. Like Basse, Bansang, to have a psychiatrist who will be based there. Because it's not all people who have mental illness who need to be admitted. Some of them, they just need to be on treatment, to be diagnosed early and be on treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Lower Salem. Lower Salem, you came now, you can't interrupt proceeding. No, you're out of order. No, please, members for Nyanija, Lower Salem, Upper Salem, Janjamuri, and Same. Minister said something very good for your region. Central Badibu, you have the floor.
My question has been addressed by member of Basse.
Member for Banjul North, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. As the saying goes, there is no health without mental health. And also understanding, according to the parent question, it talks about the issue of the draft mental health bill. As we all know, currently we are using what we call the Lunatic and Detention Act as a law as far as mental health issues are concerned in this country. And we also understand that this law was since 1917, which is almost 109 years old this year. So how soon do you intend to make sure that you expedite the process of introducing it to the executive and bring it to parliament for us to do the needful in order to address the issues surrounding mental health in this country, and also make sure that all what we do is up to date? Because listening to you, there are a lot of gaps.
Honorable member, don't deliver a statement here. No, not about that. What is about delivering a statement? A question can go for not more than that. But if you are delivering a statement, in fact, the minister have responded that. Yes, but don't deliver a statement here. Minister,
Thank you very much.
you may repeat what you said earlier.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the honorable member that a lot of work has been done with regards to the mental health bill. He himself participated immensely in that, and we thank him and other members. We had an initial draft bill that needed to be reviewed. So that caused the delay, but I think it is worth the while. So we currently have the draft document that we presented to Cabinet for deliberations. And then when it passes through, then it will get to the Honorable Assembly here. So we're hoping that by your next session, that bill will be here, inshallah. Thank you.
Member for Serekunda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the minister have read a diagram on the budget allocation for mental health. But we understand that there are some years that nothing was expended. And what could be the reason of not spending those funds? Could it be? Okay.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I thank the honorable member for that observation. Actually, the implementation of the program-based budgeting has quite a number of challenges. Typically, our program units are allocated. You approve the budgets, but getting specific allocations for specific programmatic activities sometimes is a challenge. We've been working with the Ministry of Finance to deal with that bottleneck. It persists, but we are hopeful that we'll be able to deal with it, because each month we get an allocation, a general allocation, but specific targeted allocations are challenging. And sometimes when the requests are made, unfortunately, we do not get the funds. And of course, we all know the limitations when it comes to budget implementation. The availability of the resources is very critical. Thank you.
Member for Joshua, you have the floor.
No, Honorable Speaker, my question is similar to the question that is asked by Serekunda, and in his response, I've got what I wanted to ask.
Thank you. Question number 016 of 2026 by the member for Janjambure. Are you on voice note or what, Janjambure?
I'm taking a reference. But don't worry, these mobiles are our gadgets. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Health furnish this August Assembly with the official statistics of the maternal mortality ratio per 100,000 live births in the Gambia for the year 2014 to 2025?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the Honorable Member for Janjanbureh constituency that one of our top priorities as a sector is reduction of maternal mortality. I wish to inform you that from January to December 2025, the Ministry of Health has recorded 130 maternal mortalities from our health facilities statistics out of 80,720 live births. This translates to 129 deaths per 100,000 live births. This is a decline from 289 deaths per 100,000 live births according to information from our DHS 2019-2020. Below is a table of our institutional deliveries with corresponding maternal mortality, 2013 to 2025 captured in our DHIS2. It is worth noting that from 2014 to 2020, the figures given are not representative because not all facilities, including Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, inputted their maternal mortalities into DHIS2, but this has now been corrected. Honorable Speaker, 2014, the total health sector delivery 52,565, maternal deaths 106, which brought a ratio of, which corresponds to a ratio of 144.6. 2015, 42,307 live births, 65 maternal deaths, the ratio being 111.1. 2016, 49,225 deliveries, maternal death 70, and the ratio being 115.8. 2017, 53,846, maternal deaths 118, ratio 141. 2018, 59,687, deaths 78, ratio 93.8. 2019, 64,291 live births, maternal deaths 100, ratio 99.5. 2020, 63,660, deaths 79, ratio 97.4. 2021, 65,814 births, deaths 135, ratio 183.9. 2022, 75,186, deaths 122, ratio 121. 2023, 76,477, maternal deaths 156, ratio 175. 2024, 72,507, the deaths 125, ratio 128.3. 2025, 80,720 births, the deaths 130, and the ratio 128.8. However, as I mentioned earlier, because the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital was not inputting, was not submitting data to the DHIS2, so the information from 2024 to 2020 did not include Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, which is the major source of information and statistics. So that's what I said earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, looking at the figures or statistics given from 2020, let's just start with 2020, to 2025, you realize that the figures would go down for a given year. For example, in 2019, the numbers for maternal death were 100, compared to 2020, which was 79. However, if you look at, let's say, 2022 to 2025, the numbers have been fluctuating and even increasing with the exclusion of Edward Francis Teaching Hospital. what is your ministry plans or efforts in reducing the numbers maybe to 20 or to 50 maternal deaths, or even lesser than that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to inform the Honorable Member that maternal mortality reduction, in fact, is the top priority for the government and for our ministry, certainly. Of course, there are a lot of contributory factors towards maternal mortality and morbidity. Apart from the direct health-related aspects, even the socio-economic activities, the socio-economic factors are equally important. But I must mention, I'm sure the Honorable Member has also noticed that the 2019-2020 statistics for Gambia was 289 per 100,000 live births. That's the standard we've been using. And 2025, we had 128 per 100,000 live births. So that means the Gambia has been able to have a 50% reduction, more than 50% reduction of maternal mortality these past 2 years. So I think it is phenomenal, really phenomenal. Even though we want to bring it to zero, because we don't want any woman to be lost, any mother to be lost during or around childbirth. No country has been able to make it zero, from what I know, but there are countries that are less than 10. Some developed countries are even around 10, thereabout. One country where had reported 4 per 100,000 live births, but I must tell you, the Gambia's figure is probably, in fact, is one of the lowest in the whole of Africa, I will tell you. But what we are doing as a ministry, we are taking multiples of actions. You see, the care patients receive is greatly dependent on the capacity of the caregivers, what they know when they detect the problems, what they are able to do after detecting the problem. So for that reason, we are investing heavily in capacity building.
Thank you.
As we speak to you, Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital now, we are training obstetrician gynecologists to fellowship level, to the level that some of us have ourselves. That's happening in Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. We brought in many professors and senior consultants from the sub-region to provide services here. Equally speaking, to train our doctors who are specializing and to train our medical students. That's one aspect. We are training the nurses to now become also midwives to degree level. Now we also train in nurse anesthetics. Quite a lot of maternal mortality in many parts of Africa, even around cesarean section activities, is because we didn't have, in many countries, competent anesthetists in large numbers. So Gambia is training nurses to become nurse anesthetists, and we've already deployed, some of them have graduated, we've deployed them throughout the country. These are aspects. We are strengthening our blood banks. Many health facilities now have blood transfusion facilities.
Thank you, sir.
So they are able to provide blood transfusion adequately. But you see, it's a combination of factors.
Thank you, sir.
As the roads are improving, electricity is coming, water is coming, the lives of the people is changing. Now, with a good road, people get to the health facility faster. With a good ambulance, they get to the health facility faster, and doctors are able to intervene early enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Okay, you have one more?
Yes, I have one more.
Honorable Minister, your answers are always palatable to the ears of members of parliament and our constituents. But, supplementary, the rule is that they are certain. The answers to supplementary questions. According to our law, yes. It's just 2 minutes. Yes, member for Janjamure, you still have one more.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for allowing him to go beyond the required time. And I think the answers were really satisfactory, actually. Honorable Minister, from your response, you did said that it is a top priority. I said in your response, you did said that it is a top priority for the government to work towards reducing mortality at birth. However, will you be in a position, or will your ministry be in a position to tell this August Assembly that you can definitely reduce the rate to at least 10 or 15% in the next 2 or 3 years?
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the Honorable Member that that is a personal legacy goal for me. What you are saying is sweet to my ears. So for me, that's probably one of the biggest things I want to be able to achieve as a health minister in this country. So that is very high on our priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And now I give the floor to the member for Talinding Kunjang.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that detailed answer. It almost took my first question out of my mouth. But let me just ask this one. You said maternal death is due to a combination of factors, both social and medical. And I would want to believe that in the data collections, when you assess these dates, you want to analyze the cause of death. Do you segregate them to know these ones are medically, because of medical issues, not, arrive in late or so, but do you analyze according to data so that it becomes adequate information that these deaths, these ones are due to medical difficulties? You segregate them. Do you do that?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, so they are categorized and the information is available. The common causes of maternal mortality related to hypertension in pregnancy. So pre-eclampsia is there, and eclampsia when it worsens. So these women, their blood pressures go up. There are various factors attributed to that during pregnancy. Now, it doesn't just go up, it leads to complications. Now, quite a number of them end up even getting kidney failure. That tends to lead to death. Some of them even convulse. So we call that eclampsia, that clinical condition. But bleeding also has been a case, has been a cause that was high in prevalence, bleeding before birth and also after delivery. Some of these women bleed, and then if the bleeding is not arrested in good time, it could become fatal. Of course, there are other causes. Pregnant women also, like any other person, could have had a heart condition before they got pregnant. They could have had diabetes. They could have had other problems, malaria in pregnancy and so on. So there are multitudes of factors that lead to maternal mortality. But the idea is, as we strengthen the health sector, we build capacity, we are able to detect them early, and we are able to deal with them appropriately.
Thank you.
But of course, Honorable Speaker, if I beg for indulgence, just this last one. If the BP is high and the doctors put the patient on medications and there is poor compliance, then that BP probably will not be controlled, and that patient might end up getting worse. So that's why I say a lot of factors are also contributory. And also some patients are put on medications and they think it gives them a bitter taste and they stop taking them. So a lot of contributory factors are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now invite the member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you have explicitly dealt with my question was about road to maternal mortality. And almost the way you've explained definitely has dealt with a lot. So, but I will still take an opportunity and to ask about the improved antenatal care that would also contribute to reducing the maternal mortality in the provinces, in the rural communities, you know, particularly who are far from the referral hospitals. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member is very right, because a lot of these issues are picked up if the women attend antenatal services early enough, and then they can, the health workers can intervene. But unfortunately, one also societal aspect is some of the women don't want to attend early because they think then they'll have to be going in and out of health facilities. And then sometimes people tell them, oh, you are starting too early. You have 9 months to go. So they end up coming late, and that affects the care they get. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now recognize the member for Joshua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your response, you made mention that the statistics did not cover Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. Does this cover the private facilities within the country?
Thank you very much. Yes. So the private facilities also have a reporting obligation to the ministry. So they do send their information to the ministry for compilation. Yes. The Edward Francis challenge, I think it was an inherited problem. They were not reported from the beginning, and we thought it was not acceptable. So now they are reporting, and now the data is more comprehensive. Yes, thank you.
The member for Sanementreng, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, really, the issue of maternal mortality is really heart-touching. Honorable Minister, based on your records, where, as a ministry, where do you have the highest percentage of maternal death? Is it the urban area or the rural area? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The origins of the patient could be from the rural area, but ends up passing away in Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. So when you look at it statistically, it will be captured in the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital statistics, but the origin is from somewhere where the patient is referred from. But the information is available. But typically, the biggest challenge we've been having really is from the Brikama area. Yes, Brikama and the facilities referring to Brikama Health Facility. And we are tackling it. So what we did, some of the strategies we put in place, especially for the Brikama Health Center. So now we've affiliated the maternity unit of Brikama to Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. So Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital consultants now are working there on rotation basis. What we did, we provided facilities for them, and very senior doctors here, consultants and professors, are now overseeing the Brikama Health Facility maternity unit. And we can see the trend now. So I must tell you, a whole lot of things are happening. Facilities that in those days were reporting 4 per month, some of them are now reporting 0 per month. That is why we got to this level, and we're going to strengthen that. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the member for Nyanija.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, beyond providing the statistics you've done here on the maternal mortality ratio, Could you explain the specific interventions such as the emergency obstetric care, skilled birth attendants, and rural referral system been implemented during this period, and how effective have this been in regards to reducing maternal mortality?
So many of these interventions that we are doing, capacity building and posting of these health workers, is geared towards strengthening basic emergency obstetric care and comprehensive emergency obstetric care. So the CMONC, we call CMONC, we increasing the CMONC facilities. We've been able to operationalize Soma Health Center for them to be doing emergency cesarean section. We've been able to operationalize the SL Health Center for them to be able to do emergency cesarean section. Those days, a woman with obstructed labor could have been in the ambulance on the other side of the bank, on the northern side, at the ferry terminal, waiting for the ferry to come. So we thought all those led to maternal mortality increase. So we operationalized the SO Health Center, and there's a doctor who is now providing cesarean section there. The same thing we are doing in Kuntaur. That's why we are strategizing and renovating, upgrading Kuntaur. So that will also help in the emergency obstetric care. And the same we intend to do for Bajakunda as well, to ensure that Bajakunda equally, they have a theater that we're going to expand and ensure that they are also able to do cesarean sections and so on. So when we are able to do this, hopefully women with emergency obstetric conditions will be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 017 of 2026 by the Honorable Member for Banjul North constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the frequent readmission of mentally ill patients at Tankatanka Hospital is concerning. Could the Honorable Minister for Health inform this August Assembly what measures the Ministry is taking in conjunction with the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital management to improve security at the Tankatanka Hospital?
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the Honorable Member for Banjul North constituency that the perimeter fence at the Tankatanka Hospital has now been raised to a higher height to prevent patients from escaping. The general lighting of the hospital has also been improved, and a standby generator is installed as a backup power source. EFSTH security personnel have also been added to enhance more efficient security coverage for 24 hours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Can you kindly share with us what was the number of security before and now how much you added?
Unfortunately, that's not handy, but we can provide it for you subsequently.
Question number 018 of 2026 by the member for Fonyi Bondale constituency. Is authorized Fonyi Councillor, and Fonyi Councillor is not seated. Question number 019 of 2024.
Chair, I'm here. I'm here.
For Banjul Central.
Chair, I'm here. I was just observing with
Banjul
Honorable
Central.
of Joshua. Chair. Chair, I'm appealing. Sorry, Speaker. I was observing with the Honorable Member of Joshua.
Banjul Central, please, you have the floor. I have to consider later if I get an appeal from him.
Sorry, I said I'm in the building. I was consulting with Honorable of Joshua. Are you the Speaker? Okay.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Health inform this Assembly whether drug shortages persist in public health facilities? Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Health inform this Assembly whether drug shortages persist in public health facilities, and if so, provide the reasons for them?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the Honorable Member for Banjul Central Constituency that the Ministry does experience shortages of some drugs from time to time due to suppliers not fulfilling their obligations. However, a lot of drugs are being delivered currently, and the Ministry is working on the procurement of enough drugs for the health facilities. We are equally working on establishing long-term partnerships with reliable entities so that drug shortage issues will be a thing of the past. Thank you.
Member for Central Badibu, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, you said sometimes you have issue with your supplier. Who are your suppliers?
There are various suppliers. There are no suppliers become existent when the tenders are floated and they participate, and whatever lots they win, they are required to supply those. But unfortunately, I must tell you, disappointingly so, the ones who have not even been performing, unfortunately, are Gambian suppliers. It's disheartening. They submit tenders, they participate, they win. They would have provided satisfactory documentation, but when it comes to the time for delivery, they dilly-dally, and we go back and forth with them to the Minister of Justice for discussions and arbitration and so on. But hopefully that will become a thing of the past as we are working on strategizing for more sustainable ways of getting drugs. Thank you.
Member for Talending Kunjang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, just for clarity, when they presented the required documents in this tender inquiry, does it involve whether they have the financial muscle to do? Is that checked?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. They always claim to have the financial muscles. When they make their submissions, they provide the bank guarantees. But when it comes to delivery, ourselves, we become suspicious that maybe they didn't have the financial muscles, they didn't have the capacity. So they will wait for the 20% advance payment that's required. Now, when they get that, now if they need to order, we believe, for all the consignments to be delivered on time, probably they need more than the 20%. But for someone without the financial capacity, wouldn't be able to do that. So that has been a big challenge. Thank you.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Withdrawn.
Member for Sani Mentoring, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, what could you do to have a steady customer or supply, despite the fact that they are Gambians? The life of Gambians having access to medication, I think, is the most important thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member is very right. But of course, they would have gone through the procurement processes, and then they would have submitted what is referred to as the most responsive bid. And when they submit that and we send to GPPA, then we have no choice but to issue it to them. However, just to emphasize that the government has taken this very, very seriously. On our request, we had a cabinet meeting where this was discussed extensively, and we have currently, as I speak to you, a cabinet subcommittee that is helping the Ministry of Health to look at all the possibilities, all the challenges, and equally proper solutions so that drug shortage is a thing of the past in this country. Thank you.
Member for Passe, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Looking at the suppliers you mentioned, most of the defaulters are Gambians, per se. In consideration during their submission, do you consider their contract performance certificates from their previous contracts or their previous services?
Yes, all those are looked at, and even though that itself is not a guarantee that they will perform. Of course, it indicates that if someone has a past history of delivering, then the tendency for them to deliver again is there. But some of them wouldn't have actually handled those volumes of drugs. Probably they never supplied the Ministry of Health, or even if they did, they didn't handle that amount of those volumes. So when the volumes increase, even though they say they can, we realize that they are unable to do so in good time. Yes.
The member for Joswang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you made mention about contractors being awarded contract without performance. They do submit performance bond. In case they failed, do you go for those performance bonds to claim your monies back?
So yes, they do submit those. But of course, before we take such actions, we always want to do it within the limits of the law. So we typically do ask Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Justice for legal advice. And a number of times, Ministry of Justice called our staff and the contractors to deliberate, to look at the details. But you see, the challenge is, and probably that is what some of them use to the detriment of the system, drug procurement, because it would have taken a number of months to quantify, to advertise, to evaluate. Meanwhile, we are waiting in our facilities to get these drugs. Now, when they get the tenders, you get to know they are delaying when they are already delayed. Now, probably 4 or 5 months already gone when they are supposed to deliver. Now, at that juncture, the Ministry of Justice, for example, if they look at it and they say, well, and the supplier says we'll bring it in 2 months. But if we realize that, of course, on cancellation of that particular contract also, we have to start from afresh, another 3, 4, 5 months. So they take those, they look at those disadvantages, and they want to beat the system, I believe. Well, the last time I was here, we threatened to take one of them to court.
Thank you.
You remember? And probably they had that, and then he eventually even took us to court before we could take him to court.
Thank you.
So it's a difficult one, but we are getting solutions for it. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Jara West, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Minister. The parent questions talks about shortage of drugs in health facilities. Honorable Minister, what I want to ask is there are specific drugs in the community health posts for sale, and then others are not for sale? Are they specified, the ones that should be sold and the ones that should be given freely?
At the public health? At the public health centers?
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I'm not aware of the existence of drugs in the facilities that need to be sold. They all need to be issued when people get the prescription. If people are doing that, we need to know, because that's not our policy position. Thank you.
Question number 020 of 2026 by the member for Joswang.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a private health center facility was constructed on the land owned by the community of Ibo Town, but was later handed over to the government to operate the facility. Could the Honorable Minister for Health tell this August Assembly how soon the Ministry intends to keep the facility operational?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the Honorable Member for Just One constituency that in consultation with the regional directorate, no official handing over was done. The VDC did express interest to revitalize the facility, and the regional director and his team did an assessment and made some recommendations to the VDC. The ministry's doors are open, and if the VDC still wants to hand over the clinic, we can engage the regional director for necessary actions. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I was part of the group that was 2 years back to meet the former Director of Health who was in Kanifing, Mr. I cannot recall the name. It was handed over to government. And then the promise was they were working on Sanyang, from Sanyang to Joshua, to Ibo Town. So it was already handed over to government already. I don't know when this new news came, but it was already handed over to government.
Honorable Speaker, probably then they didn't do appropriate internal handing off to each other. Probably that's why we are getting this information, but we will dig into it and regularize the situation so that the facility can be operational for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
And I hope you will get your people to go to the department and to get it sorted for your people. Honorable members, I will now give opportunity to the member for the councillor to read question 018 on behalf of the member for Fonyi Bondali. And members must also endeavor to be on their seats. Now, question number 018 of 2026 by the member for Fonyi Bondali constituency, and he authorized the member for Fonyi councillor to read on his behalf.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Health update this August Assembly on the status of Bulengat Health Center in Fonyi Bondali constituency?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondali constituency that Bulengat Health Post is one of the 8 health posts that our ministry will be building with the support of Badia. The ministry is awaiting a no objection from Badia to go ahead with the construction, as there were amendments to the previous proposal. Thank you very much.
Yes, that awaiting. How soon would that be specifically? Would it be within this year, a month, 6 months, or a year to come?
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, the funds are available. The format had to change, but the funds are available, and so as soon as they say, and we hoping it could even be this week or next week, that we get the no objection. When we get the no objection, they'll be advertised, and when they get advertised, they will move forward. So it could be, we're hoping that, inshallah, they'll even be built and completed before the end of this year. There are 8 of them. Yeah.
Member for Sanementering, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Based on your response, Honorable Minister, that you've made mention of Bulangar being part of the 8 health facilities, Bulangat, I come from Bulangat, yeah, being part of the 8 facilities, health posts that are to be upgraded. Can you kindly mention the remaining 7 health facilities? Thank
no,
you.
Honorable Member, no. No. No,
Yes.
you cannot open up a debate here.
Okay.
You
So,
cannot open up a debate here. Don't do that. No. Honorable members, on your behalf, I want to thank the Minister of Health for those answers provided to this assembly. And Honorable Minister, you may go now. Thank you very much. And Ramadan Kareem to you. Clerk, we may proceed, please. Honorable member for honorable member for Sana Mentreng, please be quiet there. Honorable member for Sana Mentreng, please maintain decorum. Maintain decorum there. Maintain decorum. Maintain decorum, honorable member for Sana Mentreng. Please maintain decorum. Honorable member for Sana Mentreng. Honorable member for Sana Mentreng. Honorable member for Sana Mentreng. You know, I warned you earlier in the morning. I don't want to warn you again. No, member for Tarin Ninkujang, no. You cannot do that, Tarin Ninkujang. Order, honorable members. Order, Sana Mentreng, order there. Maintain decorum. I'm warning you. Honorable clerk, please, you may proceed.
Thank you. Question for oral answers. The Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture.
Please, neighbors of member for Sana Mentreng, please, I'm warning her. You people are hearing me warning her. The Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, please take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 054 of 2026 by the member for Same constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture inform this August Assembly of the status of ecologist projects, particularly Monko Park in Same?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Honorable Speaker, on the ecologists, on the 24th of March 2020, GT Board under the former Director General Abdullah Haidara contracted Lair Group to contract 5 ecologists at Bara, Kunkiling, Sutuma, Sambakoi, Nyanga, Bantang, and Arafat at 111,690,525, with completion expected by the 30th of September 2021. The payment structure included a 40% advance payment and 38,848,878.26 was paid on the 6th of April 2020. In June, the former Director General, Mr. Abubakar Kamara, approved 3 addendums totaling 6,881,000, increasing the contract sum to 118,571,910. GT Board has since paid the contractor 72,727,748.26, representing 61% of the contract amount. However, none of the ecologies have been completed, and construction never commenced at Nyana Bantang and Arafat. After my appointment as Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, I directed GT Board to submit a full report. The review revealed serious contractual management deficiencies, and all payments to Lair were suspended, pending an independent assessment by GAMWorks, which was submitted in November 2024. The assessment found Bara Eco Lodge 44.4% complete, but poorly constructed on waterlogged site. Kunkiling 30.95% completed with substantial works, substandard work. Sutuma Sambakoi was destroyed by a forest fire, and construction never started at Nyana Bantang and Arafat. The estimated cost by GAMWorks to complete the outstanding works at Bara, Sutuma Sambakoi, Kunkuling, as well as Arafat, and is 157,715,000 at 2025 price. On December 2024, the Ministry of Justice, the ministry received legal advice from the Ministry of Justice, which concluded that the contract was fundamentally flawed and did not demonstrate compliance with GPPA Act. Laird Group failure to complete the project constitute material breach and non-performance, and alleged oral variations were invalid under the contract terms. The advice recommended termination of the contract and legal action to recover funds and damages. In January 2026, I presented the matter to Cabinet, and Cabinet approved the following actions: to terminate the contract between GT Board and Laird Group, instruct GT Board under the supervision of the Ministry of Justice to commence legal proceedings against Laird Group, discontinue the Barra Eco Lodge project because it is on a waterlogged site, and GT Board to engage Gamworks through a delegated management contract to salvage the Kunkuling and Samba Hoi Eco Lodge through redesign, procurement, and supervision. GT Board also to confirm the availability of funds, along with monies that are received from the legal proceedings to finance the completion of the salvage Kunkuling and Sambakoi. Regarding the Mungo Park, this is a project that was started at a cost of 4.039 million with a duration of 6 months. But as you very well know, under the terms of the contract, it was given to Ture Kunda Construction, and he received advance payment. Basically, Honorable Speaker, according to NCSC, the project experienced delay due to late payment for work already completed. According to NCSC, 90% of the works have been completed, which is the fence, the toilets, solar power, soccerway. The remaining works, which is the plumbing, toilets, and painting of the chaos, which is expected to be completed shortly. But according to NCSC, the contractor is owed $850,000 is pending, which once paid would be. But our assessment is that this project has suffered significant delay, and that the quality of work carried out by the contractor is below expectation. Supervision of the construction work was inadequate. Given these challenges and the fact that NCSC does not have the capacity to manage such contracts effectively and efficiently, the government of the Gambia has now adopted a policy decision that works of this nature should not be handled by institutions like NCSC, but given to Gamworks under a delegated management contract. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, we want to say that with regard to Mungo Park, before the end of 2026, everything will be completed.
Honorable members, I know you have a very good interest in this, and so that the interest of your constituents, but the list is exhausted, and then we should allow the members asking supplementary questions to do so with decorum so that the minister will be able to get them and respond. Yes, please go ahead. Minister didn't hear you, so he wanted to repeat your question. Please repeat your question, Minister.
All right, thank you very much. You know, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, you know, as you mentioned that the work, especially at Mungo Park, is not yet completed. Do you want to say that? Because it covers so many areas, as your report said. So do you want to say that that work will be completed
before the end of 2026? Will it be completed?
Honorable Member, I've reported to tell you that according to NCSC, the current contract, 90% of the works is completed, including the construction of the kiosks, the perimeter fence, the chain link, the toilets, the solar power borehole, the soccerway. Now, there is a 10% according to their report, for which, there is a balance due to the contractor, which is 850,000. They say that it will be paid upon completion of the works. So, that is, if you are now telling me that it's going to be completed by the end of the year, as the National Assembly member, maybe you know something more than I do. So, which I will take. But what I'm saying, in addition to what they have provided, the quality of the work is substandard. That's a fact. And that is due to the inability and the lack of capacity of NCSC as an institution to manage such type of contracts. So that is what I said, that as a result, the government has now made a policy decision for institutions that do not have such capacities to use GAMWorks under a delegated management contract to support them to make sure that works are done on time and in accordance with the best standard and quality.
No, you cannot do that. How? Use your mic. Your mic. I'm not here.
I'm saying the speaker yesterday did mention that by virtue of their positions of leadership, the majority leader and minority leader should enjoy special privileges from the speaker. This is one of them.
Yes, he's right. That is why if you ask the minority or the majority leaders, we always give them special preferences, and they enjoy that. So, especially where there is no expressly stated legal provisions or standing orders, but where the standing orders or the Constitution is very clear, our hands will be tied to get them enjoy those privileges. And in the circumstances, I would want you people to allow me to when I return home overnight, I will think about it, and when I come back tomorrow, I will probably decide whether to give him chance to ask a supplementary question or not. But that will be done tomorrow, not today. The member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. It's unfortunate that you have inherited failed projects. However, I think the burden lies on you to, give us one or two clarities. Honorable Minister, specifically looking at the eco-lodges, 60% have been paid to contractors to develop the 5 approved ecologies across the country. And today, we are here saying that almost they have all failed in one way or the other, for the fact that maybe, the buildings are of substandard, looking at Bara 44%, looking at Kunkiling at 38.9%. And now we are shifting the contracts to GAMWorks. Have you instituted any legal actions against the contractors that were defaulted in the process of the implementation?
Thank you, Honorable. The Conkiling is 30.95, not 38%. Or let me get the records, all right? And the contractor is not contractors, but contractor, which is Layer Group. Now, I have just informed you that following everything, the whole package was submitted to the Ministry of Justice. Now, the Ministry of Justice, the legal advice, which I've read, is that the contract between between GT Board and Layer Group should be terminated. Because, and also, GT Board should start legal action against Layer Group. That is the recommendation which has been submitted and Cabinet has approved it. So we are waiting for the extract of Cabinet conclusion to kickstart that process. So in the meantime, Cabinet also looked at administrative procedures for negligence. And this is something that has been submitted to the Public Service Commission to look at in respect of this particular project. And I think this also cuts across into the petition, the resolution and report on a petition by GT Board's staff, which most of the recommendations or the resolutions have been accepted and implementation is on course.
Member for Joswong, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, based on the assessment done by GAMWorks on Layer Group, specifically on Layer Group, there is no site that is above 50% of the contract done. They were all below 50%. And then the amount paid to him is more than 60% of the amount paid to Layer Group. You made mention about termination. My question is, in every contract, there are performance bonds and there are advance payment bonds. Yes, it's good to take legal action against them. But were you prepared or did you write to the banks to claim those advance payment bonds from the bank?
I've already informed you that following submission of the entire dossier to Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Justice reviewed and came out and said that, which concluded that the contract was fundamentally flawed. There were so many provisions which are supposed to be in a standard works contract which were missing. There was, no, but that is the fact. That is the fact. And that is why some of our institutions do not have capacity to manage such contracts or such works. And that is why, as a result of this and so many other issues, projects, the government have now made this policy decision. So issue is, it was not there. So you can only go for something that is there. And this contract metamorphosized, I mean, it changed so many ways to the extent that, as you said, the works is 40-something, but 61% paid or spent directly or indirectly on the contract, on the contractor. So, but that's the reality. That is what is on the ground. It's not something that I have created or fabricated or manufactured. It's a fact.
Member for Banjul Central, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you've mentioned that gum works are now tasked to redesign and manage the procurement process. And we know that legal proceedings sometimes can take months or even years. In the meantime, what mechanisms are in place for the project to recommence, basically?
No, that I cannot give you any definite answer because I don't know. Number one. Number two, gumworks have not been contracted. I have to make that clear. What I said was that gumworks was contracted by GT Board to do an assessment, a comprehensive assessment of the physical aspect of the contract as well as the contractual aspect of the contract, that is the management of the contract. And they came up with a comprehensive report. Now, what we are saying in line with government's policy is that let GT Board now engage Gumworks under a delegated management contract to try to salvage what is salvageable. Now, yes, the legal process takes time. If there is money to be recovered from the contractor, which anybody has their opinion, but the reality is that it is for GT Board now to say whether they have resources to complete the works, because it's their project. So we have asked them, following this submission, to tell us as a ministry whether they have the resources to complete these works. But as I said, the recommendation which was accepted that the borough, which changed to a hotel, Sadauda hotel and all of that, is something that is to be abandoned because it is on a waterlock, and it's the water runoff from Bara and everything, passes through there. Yeah.
The member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honourable Minister, thank you very much for that honest reporting and very genuine, but I do not have time to comment on that. I'll wait for adjournment debate. However, what is the next plan for the case of, Honourable Speaker, should I resume my seat? You're talking.
My friend, go ahead. I say you cannot comment on that now.
No, I have commented the minister for his work, so I'm asking my question.
No, you say you don't have time to comment on the report now. I say you cannot do that. You will do that debate. No, two of you, please.
Honourable Speaker, okay, you may transfer this question to Minority Leader. Yes, please. I will come on that performance, Minister.
The member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, as you rightly indicated, this Eco-Lodge saga is key in the petition filed by some staff of the GT Board. As veritably confirmed, and then they've been vindicated. Some of them were administratively penalized for being party to the petition. Now that they are vindicated, what remedial action have your ministry taken concerning the fate of those staff of the GT Board?
No, Minority Leader, no, you are out of order. You are out of order. No, you are out of order. Honorable members, please wait until Monday. He's scheduled to appear on Monday on that. On the 16th, the minister. On the 16th, the minister was scheduled last week, but because he was out of the country, he is coming on the 16th on that matter. Minister, on the 16th, you are scheduled to appear here on that matter. He's out of order. The member for Bakau, you have the floor. The member for Bakau, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, my concern have been addressed. Thank you.
You know, when you were in, yeah, I'm coming. You know, where order, honorable members, order. Central Badibu, Central Badibu, you cannot behave like that. You are a chief whip. You know, the member for Brikama North, a minority leader, was looking forward to asking a question. I thought he had something very, very hot on the subject matter. In the hall, he is out of order. Okay. Yes.
Okay, Honorable Minister, you did mention that Sotuma Eco Lodge was destroyed by bushfire. Did you conduct any investigation? If so, and what action has been taken on the outcome of the investigation?
Thank you very much. You know, you will be pleased on the 16th when I come back here, you know, with respect to the issues, because what is right is what is being done by the government, not my ministry, but by the government. So all those people that you talked about have been duly and fairly dealt with and provided with all that has been denied of them. Okay? With respect to the Sutuma Samba point, that is what was reported. And we can all have our different issues. But the Fire Service and Rescue has a fire report, and it states that it was a bushfire. So the contractor, the site was under the possession of the contractor, and there are disputes between GT board and the contractor in respect of whether the site was handed over or not. Because with respect to GT board, there was no formal handing over of the site after the completion of the works, before the fire. So responsibility, you know, is something that we are going to ask the Ministry of Justice to look at, because there is no formal handing over certificate issued to the contractor with respect to the site, stating that the site has now referred to GT board. So, but the contractor is saying that, oh, there was some snag list that was checked and done, and that implied. So this is something that GT board has to deal with the contractor, and we will try to help by going to Ministry of Justice to seek for legal advice to support their position. Okay?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 055 of 2026 by the member for Upper Nyomi constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture inform this Assembly of the status of the land reclamation project at Kunta Kinte Island and the construction of a jetty in Alberta? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to clarify that the intervention on Kunta Kinte Island does not involve land reclamation. It focuses on preservation and erosion control of the existing island and the construction of two jetties, one at the island and one at Alberta. These form part of the World Bank-funded Tourism Diversification and Resilience Project, Gambia project, which aims to strengthen underdeveloped tourism areas. All major studies have been completed, including the feasibility study, preliminary design, hazard and risk assessment, geotechnical study, bathymetric survey, and the environmental and social impact assessment were completed in February 2026. Detailed design and bidding documents are being finalized and are expected in June 2026. Construction works is anticipated to commence in January 2027, following a procurement process for a duration of 16 months. Now, Kunta Kinte being a UNESCO heritage site, anything that we do there will require the prior clearance and approval of UNESCO. And that is why the preliminary designs were submitted to UNESCO, and it took almost about 6 months before we received the comments from UNESCO. And those comments have been passed to the contractor, to the consultant, who has arranged for a Zoom meeting with UNESCO team to be able to reflect some of their comments on the design. Because what we are doing is not only the jetty, but we are also trying to change and give people a more interesting, experience when they visit Kunta Kinte. In addition to the protection, but within the facility, so that people would be more interested to visit this facility as part of our improved tourism product.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that explicit answer. Honorable Minister, the island size has been reduced to 1/6 of its original size. And if you are saying that you are not reclaiming, meaning that what the side the island has lost the river through river erosion, meaning that it will go in vain. So that's why it's important that some of this. Yes, allow me to answer my question, please. Honorable Minister, the island size has been reduced to 1/6 of its original size now. If you are saying that you are not reclaiming, and it's to stabilize the offshore line, therefore you need to reclaim some of the land that has been lost to the island through river erosion. I am asking, Honorable Minister, the project is phasing out 2027.
Point of order, Speaker.
No, I'm asking.
Order. There's a point of order. Honorable. There's a point of order.
Panyomi, don't
Yes.
do that.
Yes.
Order, honorable members, order. There is a point of order from the member for Opanyomi, Upper Salum, rather.
Speaker, I'm pressing on 43-1, 2, and 3 all qualifies. The honorable member asked a question and the minister has responded appropriately. Now he's trying to give advice to the minister what he needs to do in terms of reclamation. So he's completely out of order. Complete.
Order, honorable members. Honorable member for Lower Salum, Upper Salum. Order sustained. And the honorable member, you just ask your question, don't advise him.
Honorable Minister, the contract duration is 16 months according to your answer, and the project is phasing out maybe around 2027, 2028. Do you think that the entire project implementation will meet the project deadline?
Honorable member, don't ask minister's opinion. You cannot ask his personal opinion on that.
Tell the minister that whether the project implementation period, the duration is 16 months, whether it's going to meet the timeline of the project, closure.
which is 2027.
No. No, honorable member, take your seat. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Take your seat. Order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable member for Upper Nyomi, you cannot seek minister's opinion. No,
I'm not doing that.
Sit down. You're out of order. You can ask the duration of the project. He told you the duration of the project, and you are asking him whether he thinks that that will be materialized. You cannot do that. Use your mic.
Yes, the word thing.
Oh, there's a point of order. There's a point of order from Pascal.
Speaker, you are going out of order. Yes. The point of order is on 38(1)(c), which is a question shall not contain arguments, inferences, opinions. And in this particular instance, he's asking the opinion of the minister. He's completely out of order.
Stop fighting my neighbors. Stop.
Who is that? Who's using the mic? Member follower Nyomi, you cannot do that. This is not Nyomi. It's not a Bantaba in any of the Nyomi villages. Mbolet, Onjongon. Onjongon. This is not Mbolet Onjongon. No. No, he's out of order. You have one more. Oh, that's it.
Honorable Speaker, I have one more. Honorable Speaker, I have one more.
Oh, no. No.
Speaker's discretion.
Member for Central, Badibu, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, today I will buy you a small goat. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, the information that you supplied to us are very up, and James Island or Kunta Kinte Island is there to our heart. Are you going to consider the baobab also? They are getting infected, the baobab trees there, as part of the protection. They are getting infected. My last visit there, they are infected with a disease. For you to consider it in your protection.
Well, thank you. We'll take in note and we'll look into it.
Honorable Minister, please provide an answer. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, you remember last week when I threatened to send the member for Latikunda out, he said we are in Ramadan and that he was waiting. But I'm happy to report that he remained silent until the end of that day. So the member for Central Badibu today promised me on record that he will provide me a goat. Small goat, that's what he said. The member for Brikama North and Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you did say the issues about preservation and erosion control. In the process of preservation and erosion control, would the construction go beyond the part of the island that is not eroded? In the process of preserving and erosion control, Would a construction go beyond part of the island that is not eroded?
Honorable member, thank you very much. This project is to protect the island in its totality. You know, and that's why all that is required to be done, you know, on that island in terms of protecting it, like the honorable member for Opanyomi said, that one-sixth of the island, of the original area of the island is remaining. Whatever remains is what we are protecting in its totality. Because what is lost, we cannot bring it back. Because these are the effects of climate change. So now that we have this project, with the support of the World Bank, at least we are going to take actions to prevent further damage and loss of this important heritage site.
Honorable members, on your behalf, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture for those answers provided. And Honorable Minister, you may leave now, and Eid Mubarak to you, Honorable Minister. Clerk, we may proceed. Yes. Clerk, we may proceed.
Thank you. Questions for oral answers continues. The Honorable Minister for Defense.
Honorable members, I want now to invite the Honorable Minister for Defense to take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Defense by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 0352 of 2025 by the member for Banjul Central.
Honorable Speaker, given the Gambia Armed Forces demonstrated capacity to execute technical and infrastructural projects efficiently and at significantly lower cost than private contractors, could the Honorable Minister for Defense tell this August Assembly why are qualified security personnel with certified technical skills not being prioritized or systematically engaged in national infrastructure contracts, especially where such involvement could reduce public expenditure?
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the National Assembly. The Gambia Armed Forces Engineering or Engineers Corps have consistently demonstrated proven technical capacity and professionalism through their successful execution of various construction and infrastructure projects. Their track record reflects a strong commitment to quality, efficiency, and the prudent use of national resources. In this regard, it is important that both public institutions and private sector actors recognize and utilize this national capacity. Encouraging the engagement of GAF engineers in appropriate infrastructure and development projects will not only strengthen national self-reliance, but also optimize the use of existing state capacities. Government policy therefore supports a framework in which qualified national institutions, including the GAF Engineering Corps, are given due consideration in the award of contracts in line with established procurement regulations. This approach will contribute to capacity development, cost efficiency, and the strategic utilization of national expertise in advancing the country's structure or infrastructure and development objectives. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much for that answer. However, I would like you to be specific on certain areas whereby opportunities have been given to this particular cohort. Yes. I said I appreciate the overview. However, it would be prudent to know exactly specific areas or sectors where they've been given opportunities to be able to showcase their expertise.
Thank you, Honorable Member. At the moment, I am aware of projects within the GAF structure itself, like a project in the Farafenye 2nd Infantry Battalion camp in Farafenye. I am also aware of a fencing project happening in Yundum. But beyond that, I am not aware of any other engagement from other government sectors of the engineering corps. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, based on your submission, does that showcase a gap when it comes to this particular issue? And moving forward, what are plans in place to be able to at least give them face when it comes to their expertise?
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I have been in the ministry for a couple of months now. And I can comfortably say this is one area we are bringing in very radical reforms, beginning with the capacity of the engineering corps, both in terms of equipment and capacity of the engineers themselves. And then the structuring of this to attract national projects like roads, infrastructure, buildings in hospitals, in schools. They should be able to take these things up. But these two areas, if there is a gap, it's a gap in the capacity, and we are addressing that under the guidance of the President and the Security Council. We are even we are exploring at the moment a situation where we combine the police engineering corps with the armed forces engineering corps to strengthen them and to leverage on each other's resources to give them capacity to even access projects or contracts within the available ones in the moment in terms of road construction. So we are working on that gap. That's the gap we have. Once we have the capacity bit addressed, I'm sure we'll be given opportunities because we'll be bidding like any other company is doing at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Councillor, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Minister. As you have said, you're new in the ministry. We can vividly tell you the Standard University Faraba campus was built by the GAV Engineering. The school in Mayok also is built by GAV Engineering. I think a month or 6 months ago, we've seen a big renovation that they took over in Basse. The GRTS building was also done by GAV. In the current status quo, as you are saying, this were a project that were done by GAV. Is it that most of those engineers left, or why is it some of those contracts are not leveragely given to GAV? I want your input in this. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the question I received was the ongoing projects that the GAF is engaged in. But of course, we are aware that they have successfully completed projects in the past. Why they are not being engaged at the moment, whether the engineers who worked in those projects have left, I'll need to check and provide you with the information. But one thing I know is with the armed forces, particularly special skills, those engineers would have had the opportunity to be given extensions of their contracts to remain, and some skills transfer would have been going on. But notwithstanding that, there is enough capacity building going on in terms of personnel. There is a lot of training going on inside the country and outside. So I would assume that we still have them, but the capacity in terms of building roads is a different set of skills. Building schools is a different set of skills. So we are talking about a holistic approach so that we have a core that is specialized in building, and not only building houses, but also doing roads and other things, bridges. We have seen this happening in other parts of the world. Thank you.
Member for Joswang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you made mention about building the capacity of those men within the armed forces. My question is, you agree with me that after building their capacity, there is a very chunk of the project or the work that should be done without equipment. What plans do you have to get those equipment in place after training those personnel?
I said we are working on an approach with the Ministry of Interior. The two of us have been charged the responsibility to work on this amalgamation of the two engineering corps. And that goes along with provision of equipment. One of the reasons we cannot take roads now is because we don't have some of the equipment. What we are doing and our plan, we have done an assessment of what they require in terms of equipment to be able to get into this major infrastructure development. We have also been working with partners to give ourselves an opportunity to bring equipment into the country in a form of a partnership. And this is at advanced stages. In fact, hopefully before the middle of this year, we should be able to see some equipment coming in to support this effort so that we can start working on bigger projects together with the Ministry of Interior Engineering Corps. So we have started work. Some of this thing is not yet mature. We have not signed agreements. We cannot disclose them, but we have started the engagement.
Thank you. Member for Busumbala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you are talking about two institutions with different incentive when it comes to their, pay scales and sort of. And how are you going to reconcile this if you bring these two institutions together?
Honorable Speaker, there are so many ways to put institutions together. You can have joint ventures, you can have, you can amalgamate, you can collapse. There are so many ways, so many approaches you can use. You can maintain the independence of the police corps and the GAF corps, but then bring them together in a joint venture to work together, to partner with even other investors who will provide the equipment and the financing. So all these are, we have so many models that we can use. When we get there, once we secure the partnership for equipment, we work on the capacity, we register the institutions, both of them, we can easily form a joint venture that will determine the agreement in that JV will determine the terms and conditions that will keep both of them on two sides in one agreement. So that shouldn't be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Lower Salem, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you talked about joining defense and interior. But are you aware that there is an institution that is responsible for this kind of work? There's Minister of Works and NRA is under their purview. Are you also trying to see whether you can have that technicality from the advice from the Minister of Infrastructure?
We are aware of this honorable member, and we have been talking with the National Roads Authority, particularly on issues related to equipment required to build roads. But that is the level we can engage them. What we are doing with Interior is about having these two engineering corps complement each other because they have their various strengths. We have just been reminded the projects that GAF Engineering Corps completed in the past. Currently, the police, the Interior Engineering Corps is doing something in Kairaba police station and a few other places. So they have their specific competencies. Bringing them together will bring in synergy, and it will make it possible for them to tackle bigger projects and tackle them nationally, because we really, really want to see them involved in infrastructure development. But we are working with appropriate institutions as we develop to get this agreement in place.
Thank you. Member for Woolly East, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, the armed forces have been engaged in construction for a long time. And the answer you've given also tells us that they are quite capable of carrying out programs. But is there sufficient promotion of the work of the armed forces contracts to attract even private contractors?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Like I said, the work we are doing intends to take along the commercial aspect. You know, the engineers, they are together, they are doing work, but they have not been, if you like, commercially oriented. And that's the bit we need to bring in to make them, because this is what happens in countries in the north. If you visit Egypt, or it's there, the armed forces are doing almost everything. And it's all because they've been given capacity, they've been given the opportunity. The opportunity is when government gives them contracts for them to, and this we are ready to get done, and the commander-in-chief is with us along this. So we are confident that once we build this capacity in terms of equipment, we'll be competing out there in the market, and private sector will get to know about us, because you know the forces have discipline, they are regimented. So these things about contracts not executed may not happen when you give them the capacity to do it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I have a problem with the next substantive question from the member for Bakau.
I want to withdraw the
Yes,
question.
it has been admitted, but this question, so, okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bakau, for your foresight, and, thank you. Now, Honorable Members, on your behalf, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Defense. Honorable Minister, you may go now. Oh, there is one question from Mike. Oh, okay. Question number 050 of 2026 by the member for Brikama North constituency.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, this is a follow-up question to the Honorable Minister for Defense. Inform this Assembly of the status of the demarcation of the land allocated for the Corporal Lamin Bojan firing range at Brikama Jamisa and the government plans for the construction of a military hospital.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the Ministry of Defense, in collaboration with the Gambia Armed Forces, remains committed to the relocation of the Lance Corporal Bojang firing range in Brikama and the eventual construction of a military hospital on the site. Honorable members may wish to note that there has been increasing encroachment on the existing firing range, which raises significant safety concerns for communities or communities residing in the surrounding areas. The relocation of the range is therefore being considered not only from an operational and security perspective, but also as a necessary measure to safeguard civilian populations living in the general vicinity of the range. The proposed development of a military hospital on the site forms part of the government's broader policy objectives of strengthening national defense infrastructure, while also contributing to improved access to quality healthcare services for both members of the armed forces and the civilian population, particularly those in the satellite communities of Brikama and Jamisa. However, honorable members should be would love to be informed that the relocation of the firing range and construction of a military hospital constitutes a major capital investment, Consequently, the implementation of the initiative will commence once we secure the requisite financial resources. With regard to the demarcation of the proposed site, my ministry, together with the Gambia Armed Forces, is currently engaging the Ministry of Lands responsible for land management to ensure that the necessary technical and administrative processes are duly completed. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, the issue of relocation, we were earlier on informed that that had been done. The firing link is now relocated to somewhere in the Fonyis. And all along what I was pursuing is to map out the area specifically for the firing range, because that demarcation is still not known in the area. 2 years ago, your predecessor informed me that they were working on that. That's why I'm asking the status of that the demarcation.
Honorable members, I am also privileged to have discussed this matter with my predecessor. The information you are sharing with me now must be referred to him for confirmation or the records. I would have assumed that my technical team would have found that answer if it was a question on the floor, and that would have been corroborated in the answer given to me today. But we will dig further to find out if allocation has been done, which I'm not aware of. Thank you.
Yeah, he did further inform me that he was to work with the fiscal planning and even invited me so that we can go to the site. Unfortunately, before the said appointment, he was relieved of his duties. But that was the state when we are supposed to go to the site together with the fiscal planning. Please find out.
I will follow that up. Thank you.
Member for Lower Salem.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the question here is the government is planning to construct a ministry hospital. How soon, Honorable Minister, this will happen? Because as in your submission, you said they start encroaching the land.
How soon this will happen, I implied in my answer that it depends on a couple of factors, including financial resources. And that would have to be mobilized one way or the other, and the Ministry of Finance, who are responsible for that level, are really at hand to hear this. I'm sure they will work with us so that we can mobilize one way or the other. Thank you.
Sani Mentoring, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. With regards to, Honorable Minister, with regards to the source of funding to establish this military hospital, could there be any source of funding privately, maybe a support elsewhere, apart from the Ministry of Finance? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance will not be expected to produce all the finances or resources required for such a hospital to come from the GLF. We are talking about mobilizing opportunities, grants, loans, PPPs, other creative forms of financing will come from their end. But we are not expecting such a facility to be financed from GLF because this is major financing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Defense. I want to thank you sincerely. And for those answers provided, you may go now. And Ramadan Mubarak. Clerk, honorable members, it's almost gone past 3 now. I would want to break for 20 minutes for prayer break. The assembly is now suspended for 20 minutes. We will resume by 3:23.